I think we are ready for another lecture, so please let me introduce you. The second speaker of today, it's Anthony Rudolph. Welcome here, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon all. My name is Anthony. I'm the sustainability leader for digital sales in IBM, and as you can see, I'm the one who can use the fancy slides and the fancy nature pictures. Now I prepared, to be honest, my speech to say, look what a packed room, how much people we have here, how much people are concerned about saving the planet and sustainability. Unfortunately, it's not packed, but happy to see at least that there are some people interested to save the planet. So sustainability, everyone is touched by it. So in your daily life, you touch sustainability each hour almost. So when you go to the shops, you cannot use plastic bags anymore. You need to recycle your tins and your cans since 3-4 months here, or 2 months in Slovakia. People switch to solar energy. We take public transport more than the car, although some of these things were a little bit speeded up by the high energy prices, but still people are aware of their footprint that we create by our consumption. Now, I've been asked to talk about 20-25 minutes, not about our footprint or what we do on saving the planet. I want to give an insight how businesses look at this topic. How a company can become a sustainable company. What's behind it? What does sustainability mean for a company versus how we look at it? How are the business leaders looking at sustainability? And how is IBM helping these companies and these business leaders to become a sustainable company? And this is what I just need to say. This is what I want to talk a bit on these 20 minutes. So it's a very high level view. We don't have the time to go completely into detail. I promise I will not talk too much about theory and these things. I'll talk a bit about practical examples and see how companies really make a difference. So if you look at how a company defines sustainability, you have one acronym, and in IBM we love anyway a lot of acronyms, but there's one acronym that comes up a lot the last months, and it's ESG. So does anyone knows what's behind the acronym ESG? Any idea? No, not yet, not yet. I have no prizes to give, but the first one should be easy. Yeah. So I'll help you a bit because we don't have 2 hours to guess. So it's environment, it's social, and it's government. Now, the environment, everyone, it's obvious. Everyone knows sustainability is about environment. But because for companies, it goes a little bit further. So first of all, if you look at environment, I think it's very straightforward. So we as a client, if we want to buy something, we start already looking at, is this company where I buy it from polluting a lot? Do they respect the environment? If you go into a shop, you would already look at the box if it's bio or if it's ecologically raised. So environmental, it's quite straightforward for the company to understand. The second part is social. So if we talk about sustainability, we talk also about social. So it means, does the company give me an environment where it's safe to work? Can I express myself in that company? Does the company respect diversity, inclusion? So these days, this comes up a lot. It's also part of being a sustainable company. as an example, these days a lot of shops who sell clothes, think about, I don't know, H&M, Zara, I don't want to make any publicity for any of them, but often you see already, well, we avoid child labor, or we don't go to countries where they don't respect human rights or these things. So companies are very aware of what's the background of their products, where it's sourced from. So why it's important? Because clients care about it. Employees care about it. So we want to work in a company where they respect each other, where they respect diversity. So it's very important for a company to look at the second part. The third part is governance. So that's more to look how the company makes all these things auditable. How can they track things? How can they be in a legal framework, follow some legislations? As to give you an example, next year there will be a few new laws in Europe that will ask companies to be compliant to specific regulations. That's not new. I mean, Europe gives us each year new regulations, especially on these things. But it's important for a company to understand, okay, where do I fit? I'm auditable, traceable, and these things. So we have three stakeholders in this area. First of all, you have the clients. You, me, everyone who goes and buys something. You look at these things. You have the employees. Who are very sensitive for these things. And then the third thing, what is getting more and more important, are the stakeholders. So to give you an example, I follow a few of these trading platforms where you can buy stocks, etc. And I got, I think 3 weeks ago, a mail from some of them with an overview of the top 20 ESG respected companies, and they said, well, why would you not invest in these companies because they are high on the list, respecting and reporting on ESG, you know, respecting these three pillars, and they kind of sold it to me as a solid investment. But investors take care about it, also because of the employees and because of the clients that are behind. Make sense? Any questions? No, that's good. So IBM has the history to survey companies, and we do this already since approximately 20 years. So we found out in the survey that was done in May last year that a lot of companies feel the pressure and the urgency to become a sustainable company and to, you know, to take into account the three pillars of ESG. They also recognize that there needs to be a strong data and technology foundation to make these goals happening, and that it's part of a digital transformation. Now, a few numbers that we found is that 60% of the CEOs see that it's that there is an investment needed into that area. 64% are confident that they will get there, which is quite high, and 80% expect that these investments, although it costs money, will pay off and will make their company also more profitable. So not only, you know, it's taking care of the planet, like you want to say it, but of course for company there is also a financial benefit behind it. Now still, although a lot of people agree that it needs to happen, there are still a few challenges. So 44% of the CEOs, they say, well, I lack the data. I lack the view of where my company is. The data is everywhere. How should I get a view where to go to? 60 to 73% of the data is never used. It's there, but they never used it to do an analysis. And then 42% of the CEOs say that the next 3 years there will be the greatest impact. So if you look at these numbers, yes, people are convinced there needs to come a change. They need to become more sustainable. at the other side, you see quite still a lot of challenges that are around. So we know now a bit like how a company is looking at sustainability. What are the 3 pillars of ESG? We have a small insight on how the companies are looking at it. So the third part I want to talk about is, okay, we know these things. How is IBM able to help current clients, new clients, into that sustainability journey? And if you look at it, there are 3, and you will see it's always divided by 3. There are 3 must-dos. First of all, a company needs to define the goal. So they need to define, okay, where do I want to go to? What do I want to reach within a year, within 2, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years? The second part is, once you know where you want to go to, is what's the baseline? Where do you want to start? Where is all the data? Where I'm today? And then I can go and align it to my goals. So second challenge is the baseline. And the third one is then, if I have the goal and I have my baseline, what are the different steps I want to do to get to my goal? So typically we split these 3 things in this sustainability process into 3 goals. So the first one is define ESG and sustainability goals. So one of the ways to do it is to work with the IBM consulting team or to work with garage offerings. Now, just a question, and I know some of you will know because I see a lot of IBMers coming in. Does everyone know what a garage offering is? If you know it, you can raise your hand. I will not ask you to answer that, no worries, Alexei. Okay, so a garage offering it's linking a bit to what Lily was showing in the first presentation. A garage session is a design thinking session where a few IBMers and a few people from the client, they go and lock themselves up in a room for a few days. They look at the blank wall and they start thinking, brainstorming, categorizing, putting the current situation, see where they want to go. So it's really a brainstorming session to define, together with the company, specific goals. Now, any idea why they call it garage? Alexei, you were the only one raising the hand, so you know why they call it garage? Yeah, so it refers to Steve Jobs and the other guys who started their big companies. They all started out of a garage box, they say. Now, I don't know if that's true, but that's the setup. So they started more or less the same, with nothing, with a small PC, with a few IDs, and they started to put up, I guess, also post-its or whatever. So that's where the thought of garage and the naming of garage session is coming. So that's the first thing. So together we can work with the client to define the goals. The second thing is defining the baseline. Now, as I said, there is a lot of data around. There's a lot of data that is not used. So you might think, it's quite easy. The company, they take their utility bill, they look at what they spend on electricity last month. If this month it's lower, cross done, we're a sustainable company. That would be a little bit too easy. So just to give you a view, and I will not read everything, I promise, and you can anyway not read it from the back. But these are all types of data that the company needs to look at if they want to, if they want to make a decent sustainability track. So it's not only utility bills, it's everything. It can be transportation data, materials, waste recycling, offices, electricity that they produce themselves. So there's so much that even I lose my voice on it. It's also all different systems. So you have different departments, different stakeholders in company. You might have data from weather stations that they have. You might have data from IoT devices or cameras that are installed in machines, in trucks, whatever. So the data comes from all different systems, and then on top, the data is residing everywhere. So it can be on the mobile phone of a user. It can be on the PC of the user. It can be in a data center. It can be on a public cloud. So it's everywhere. So you need to collect the right data from the right systems and from the right infrastructure. So we have a solution that is called NVISI, and NVISI is pulling all these different data streams into one repository. And to simplify it a little bit, we make it structured. We make nice dashboards where you can see in a live feed what's the status of the company based on all of these measurements. So we have a goal, we have the data, so we can finally start. So if you look at operationalizing, difficult word, sorry, these goals, we also look in 3 pillars. So the first thing is managing assets, facility, and climate control. The second one is green IT. And the third one is having supply chains that are transparent and efficient. So I'll give you a few examples of each of them. So the first one is climate risk management. So every company is touched by the climate. But cannot name, I think, one company that's not touched by it. You think about transportation companies, airports, insurance companies, governments, if they, I don't know, if they want to warn people for hurricanes coming. Think about farmers. I mean, the list is indefinite. So there's a lot of stakeholders there. Now, IBM bought the weather company in 2016, which was that time also part of the Weather Channel. After that, it split. But we possess a lot of data points on the weather because we have all these measurement points and measurement systems. So we have a huge amount of data where the client can, you know, he takes a subscription and he can use the weather data that we provide. And I have a few examples of customers today that are using weather data. So one of them is a railway company in the States. So they use the weather data to, predict when there will be a lot of snow on the rails. So they can predictively start putting the machines out overnight or during the day to keep the tracks snow-free. So that's something where they use data for. A second example is Electrolux. So Electrolux is using our weather data in their app. So you see here a small view. For instance, if you have an Electrolux Klima air conditioning, when it's getting very hot, it will send you over the app a message to ask if they can put the air conditioning in your home up, because in the place where you live, it will become very hot. Maybe you come home, you want to be in a fresh living room. So Electrolux, for instance, is using the data of the weather company to send these messages. A third one is in agriculture. So we can be very specific with that weather data. So as you can see here, we can even predict on a small amount of square meters where there might be rain or where there might not be rain. These days it's often more not raining than raining. But you can predict it very well, but you can also use the historic data. And with the historic data, farmers can also see on larger plots where usually there is a lot of rain, where there is no rain, when there is shade, no shade. So they can also plan their harvest and their crop better based on weather data. So that's one set of examples. A second set of examples is managing assets and facilities. So I'll give you one example. For instance, 2 weeks ago, my parents, who live in Belgium in a house, got a call from the water company. So There live the two of them in the house, so let's assume they don't use too much water. They threw quite a big party, I think, because otherwise the company would not have called. So for 4 days they had a lot of friends over in the house, and the water consumption went up quite high. Now these are smart meters that are installed. So the water company called to ask if there is a problem. We might have a leak because the water usage went up huge time. Oh, I don't think they told them on the phone there was a big party going on, but it's just a good example to show you know, how a smart meter can help us and measure within the asset if something is going wrong or something out of control. So the main goal of these things is being predictive. So can we predict a failure before it happens, so you don't have to go into maintenance, or you don't need to stop a production of something because something goes unexpectedly on maintenance. If you know something needs to be repaired soon, you repair it in the best possible moment. So that's the thought behind it. Now I have one, and we'll test the technology here. I have one example of a client of us who is operating a very large bridge in, let me say, I think it's Denmark, but he will probably say which country it is. So if it's Norway or Sweden, apologies for that. So let's see if that works. Seems so. And if the sound works. So that's an example how we use some of the technology in a practical way. Now the biggest challenge will be to go back to the presentation. I think it's this one. How am I on time? Good? 5, 10 minutes, 15 minutes? Oh, okay. So that's on assets. The second part I mentioned is facilities. Now we have a tool called Tririga. The IBMers again in the room will know or should know that tool. It was used during the or a little bit after the pandemic when we all went back to the office, to register your workplace if you come to the office. So you booked your desk to that tool. But that way, and you can see it a little bit in the image here, that way companies know how much people are on what floor, what's the movement of the people, what are the risk areas. So especially after the pandemic, it's becoming much more important. It also arranges meeting rooms. It can even be connected to cameras to see if you have a mount mask on and all these things. So it helps you in lease of facilities. It can help you in managing the heating of some of the floors better, because if you have a lot of people on one floor, no one on the other, you might change the heating on these floors. So also around facilities, there is a lot of focus, especially after the pandemic. Then when we go to the second pillar, remember there were 3 pillars. The second pillar is green IT. So that's pretty straightforward. So what we want to do is data centers use an enormous amount of energy. So the more we can reduce that amount of energy, the more savings we do, the less carbon emissions. So there are 2 ways to do it. It's physically. So you consolidate your data center into smaller devices. One example is, so IBM is working on a technology to launch a 2 nanometer chip. It's incredibly small. We cannot even imagine how small it is. Today it's 7 nanometers. So reducing it to 2 nanometers will give us 45% more power of the chip, but with 75% less of energy. So you can already imagine, just by introducing this new technology, you can already halve probably the energy consumption. So that's on the physical side. What we also do is we have software like Turbonomic, and this is looking on the software side of things, how we can economize. So do we need to spend the same computing power to the same amount of tasks? So how can we assign the right chip power to the right task? Why don't we economize, don't do task twice? So this software is helping clients to to structure all the workloads and to make sure that we have a streamlined workload with the right amount of computing power behind. So that's a bit more straightforward. The third one is supply chain. You look at the whole supply chain, so only on this we can talk for hours, which I will not do. But one example, anyone knows what happens on 25th of November? Come on, you should know. Yeah, Black Friday. So Black Friday is I guess, the top day for most of the shops. I mean, it's their Aladdin Wonderlamp of the year. But it's also their biggest nightmare, because you get a peak in orders. You need to fulfill these orders. You need to make sure there is stock. You go, for instance, to the Alza SK website. You see a great promotion. The greatest frustration you can have is that it shows it's out of stock, or that you need to wait 5 weeks. It's even worse than out of stock. So you need to wait 5 weeks. What will you do then? Well, you will look to the competition and you see if they have the same type of promo. I think some of us would even pay a bit more to have it the day after than to wait 5 weeks. So Black Friday is a super good example how to manage your stocks, how to make sure that on a constant base your pricing is up to date, that you can handle all the visits, that you can ship all your goods. So it's a benefit, but it's also a nightmare. And as an example, we in IBM we work with Radial. Radial is a shipping company in the States. On Black Friday, they manage 30 billion orders. So not million, billion. I mean, we cannot even imagine what is 30 billion. Well, unfortunately for them, they don't have 30 billion orders each day in the year, so it's really a peak, and they need to handle that. So they use our software to handle and to manage all of these. A second example, for instance, is car manufacturing. We have a lot of them here. So just to show the importance of a fluent supply chain, in, I think it was March 21, there was a big ship who was blocking the Suez Canal for 6 days. It took months till multiple industries recovered, just because for 6 days they didn't have specific goods or specific things coming into a factory. So imagine a car manufacturing where everything goes from one hand to another. Once there is one breakage, there is a huge amount of people waiting. So they really need to have a fluent supply from goods. They need to talk to third parties. They need to invoice them. They send orders. So it's much more complex than we even think about. So if you only have a ship blocked it's worse than that, of course, but 6 days of blockage of one canal in the world blocks the world economy. And then we thought, well, after these 6 days, we're saved. And then we had the pandemic for more than a year and a half, which then impacted ship producing in China. And I think we still suffer from missing chips in a lot of industries. Well, I see that the PlayStations outside, it's still a hassle to get PlayStations just because of the lack of chips, because of the pandemic. So everything is linked to that. And then a last example, I have also a video, but I will not show it. You'll have to believe what I say. Is around food trust. So food trust is also part of supply chain, and these days it's also quite important, because if you go to Lidl, Billa, Tesco, and you buy fresh packaged food, you want to know where it comes from, especially if you think about sustainability, sourcing. You want to know if it comes from a local farmer, which is the farmer. Often you can even scan these days a QR code on the package, and you can even see which local coffee producer in Colombia is making your coffee package. So it goes quite detailed. So clients are requesting this more and more, to have that traceability of origin. But also think about the bad cases. You buy something, you get very sick. Often you sue the shop or the provider. At least they can track within a second where it's coming from, and they can avoid more issues by blocking the distribution, or by changing something in their suppliers. So an example is Walmart. Walmart is using that food trust technology, and I think Walmart is one of the biggest it's more than a grocery store. It's, I think, a wholesale store. So it's one of the biggest worldwide, and they use our food trust and tracking technology to see where everything is coming from. So these are a few examples of the third pillar. And then the last slide is, we need to walk the talk. So is IBM sustainable? Well, we try. So here you can see a few things. So since the 90s, we make already, it was not called ESG, but more or less an ESG report, and we report on the environmental impact. Also, since 2005, we try to reduce the carbon emissions. So 40% since 2005. IBM tries to be by 2030 carbon neutral. So already today we use a lot of energy from renewable sources, and this will only go up. We do also small things like we try to avoid plastic cups. We sourced paper for the packaging from sustainable foresting. And then I think 2 days ago during COP27, there was also an announcement of the Sustainability Accelerator. So that's a program where IBM invests a few $million in different companies worldwide to support them in their sustainability efforts. Now, these are typically not commercial companies. These are companies who are working for the better good, let's say it like this. So there's one company, for instance, in Egypt that is working with communities that are not directly linked to the electricity network. And we help them in forecasting what would be the solar energy that will come the next days. We look at historic views, we look at the current usage. So we are trying to help some of these companies to build this together. So this is only a part of it. As you can see, I took a few print screens. There is a small link here. I think there's 21 initiatives that are ongoing currently. Oh yeah, it's there. Didn't see it. So 21 initiatives that we're driving currently to show the example to the other companies. So I think my time is more or less gone because I've seen the nice gentleman already popping up next to the stage. So if you're interested to learn more, I hope the QR code is big enough, so you can always scan the QR code, or you just go on Google and you Google IBM and sustainability. I'm sure it will bring you to the right website. So that's it. I don't know if there is any question, any comments. I think it's today still very small. There is a huge room to improve. And one of the reasons why it will become even more important, well, as I mentioned at the start, it's the raise of the energy costs. So companies are not doing it because they want to save only the planet. Okay, it's important for stakeholders and for clients and employees, but it's also important because the more energy they save, it will also help them in their bill. And the second reason is also the legislation. So we see much more and more legislation coming from not only from Europe, but also globally, where companies need to fit in a specific framework. They need to reduce the greenhouse gas. They need to they are even obliged in some of the countries to report on ESG. As an example, I know in Germany there is a law that will come now where a company needs to prove proactively that they are not involved in any supplier that has child labor involved. So you will see a lot of legislations coming up, much more, I'm sure, the next years, which will force the companies also to do it. So it will not be only a free choice. I think there will be a push to that there's no choice anymore. You'll have to report it. If that answers a bit the question. Okay, thank you for listening.
Ďakujeme Antonimu za prednášku. Ja mám teraz pre všetkých jeden krátky oznam, ktorý bude zaujímať najmä študentov. Tí, ktorí sa budú najaktívnejšie pýtať, ktorí budú mať najlepšie otázky pri našich ďalších prednáškach, vyhrajú lístok na Beániu. Takže určite buďte aktívni a pýtajte sa otázky našich speakerov, pretože tá cena je zaujímavá. Ak kto nebude chcieť lístok na Beániu, ak taký vôbec teda existuje, tak bude potom mať možnosť, ak bude jeho otázka najlepšia, vyhrať mikinu na stánku IBM. Takže keď budete mať najlepšiu otázku, my vás vyberieme tam vzadu ku nám, kde sedíme, sa pristavíte, nadiktujete nám svoje meno, svoju adresu e-mailovú a my vám potom na ňu pošleme ten lístok na Beánku. Takže určite sa pýtajte, rozhodne to stojí za to. Nás teraz čaká ďalšia prednáška, ďalšia prezentácia s názvom What is trustworthy AI and why you should care, takže bude to po anglicky, aj keď teda speakerka bude zo Slovenska a na stage o malú chvíľku, keď bude nazvučená, privítame Natašu Plulíkovú, ktorá pracuje ako data scientist v IBM, takže miluje prácu s dátami, ale viac vám samozrejme povie ona sama. Takže o malú chvíľočku už sa nazvučuje, ju privítame tu na stage. Tak my už máme opäť všetko pripravené na ďalšiu prednášku. Pre tých, čo sa budú hanbiť opýtať otázku a chcú vyhrať listok na Beániu, tak potom bude aktívne aj slajdo, takže určite pozorne sledujte. Ja už to nebudem naťahovať a na pódiu teda privítam ďalšiu speakerku a to je Nataša Plulíková, ktorá vám povie viac o svojej prednáške, takže ju privítajte potleskom a odo mňa je to zatiaľ všetko.
Thank you very much. I will have my presentation in English because, to be honest, when we read all the articles about data science and AI, the words that we translate to Slovak, to me, they just sound ridiculous. So it's just easier to talk in English. And today, I'm very happy and thankful to the technical team to pull my presentation up. I want to talk to you a little bit about trustworthy AI, and the subtitle of my presentation is Why You Should Care. But before we go into that, just a little bit about myself. Now I see it so big, I feel a little bit narcissistic to put such a big picture of myself, but I am a data scientist now in IBM. I've been with IBM since 2015. My career started as an analyst, went through developer. Now I'm more working in a data science, and in the past few months focusing mostly on natural language processing, conversational AI, document retrieval, text similarities, and those kind of problems. I graduated from math faculty, just up there, so I'm familiar with the area. And I also have a very quick icebreaker. It's just very simple questions to understand whom we have in the audience. And you don't have to answer anything. If it relates to you, just please raise your hand. So my question would be, how many of you in the room have ever in your life built a machine learning model? It can be anything, linear regression, neural networks. How many of you did? Okay, we do have few people, very good. And when you built your machine learning model, what kind of algorithms did you use? Did you use neural network? Someone? Perfect. How about some classical algorithms for classifications, like, decision trees, logistic regression? Good. Regression algorithms, so all kinds of regressions, linear, lasso regression. Okay, and forecasting models. Do we have some experience with ARIMA, SARIMA, time series? Okay, so a couple of people have no experience, which is very okay. Some people have some good experience, which is also very good. So I want to address first the second part, that subtitle of why I think you should care about trustworthy AI. And I have a couple of examples for you. So these examples made it into news. And this was examples where AI was discriminating or introducing some kind of a bias. So in this particular example, there was a healthcare benefit program, and the AI was giving some predictions of whether the patients should be eligible for that program and it should be offered to them or not. And the company that devised the algorithm, they used past spending of the clients. It was in US, so they do pay for healthcare. And they used the past spending to determine whether the person should be offered that program or not. And even though they did not use race, it actually happens so that the spending is very highly correlated with race. So people from minorities do spend their money on healthcare differently than people who are from white majority in US. So what happened was that the algorithm was actually discriminating against people from minorities, and it was more likely to propose the program to the white majority, even if the spending was very similar. The team did then remove the bias, but there was still some 200 million people impacted by this. Second example that I have is COMPAS. It was a correctional offender management profiling. So in 2016, by the way, 2016 is the year where I have most of these examples. They ruled out in a Wisconsin court that judges and prosecutors could take advice from an AI model who would say what is the kind of risk of a person who is charged with a certain felony to actually repeat some other crime. And again, because they used the historical data to train this algorithm, and we know there are studies that show that in US they do have a certain bias against, again, minorities, especially from the black minority. the system was actually discriminating, so it was more likely to put higher risk on people who were from minorities compared to, for example, white offenders. They're not using it again, but there was still some bias, and even though they say that it was kind of like advice from an AI, there is this question of should you then trust an AI that deliberately is propagating the bias that we have in the society back to how we should be deciding. The third example, again from 2016, maybe you have heard about Tai, the chatbot that was racist in one day. Now, this is an interesting example because they released the chatbot and they wanted it to be kind of like engaging the users in a playful conversation, but because people started tagging the chatbot in any kind of conversation, it turned out that much of the conversation was maybe hateful or racist or really not appropriate. So there was no really control on what data goes into the algorithm to train it, and they had to shut it down within one day. So it was a big failure for Microsoft, I guess. And the last example I have is from Amazon. They started using AI because they thought, like, we do have some great top performers, and we might want to employ people who are similar and going to be top performers for our company. Now, Amazon is IT company, and you probably can guess that there are not that many women in IT compared to men. So the algorithm would just check the gender, and based on the gender, it would already put the weights higher, and it would not recommend a female or a CV of a woman, or it was less likely to recommend the CV of a woman compared to men. So again, we do have some disparity in the society, although there is a lot of work. There's women in IT. There's lots of initiatives now to support this gender balance in each industry. But since we still have it and we're training it on past data and not correcting for the bias, there is some harm that can actually happen. And the recruiter said that they did not use it, but then there is this fundamental question of, if you know that a certain algorithm that is machine learning or AI, we call it now AI, is already introducing a certain bias, and you are maybe not using the advice of that algorithm, like, should you trust the algorithm? And that is really what trustworthy AI is about. So it's asking these kind of questions of what you can do in order for your model, for your service that uses AI to build trust towards the clients. So one thing that I really want you to remember from, we have a question. The question is, yes? Yes. That's actually a very great example. So whenever we are talking about the bias, it's very different from case to case. So in some occasion, for example, education could be a variable that is sensitive variable. We would call it sensitive one, which you should check for a bias. But in some cases, you do not want, because you want it to be maybe your predictor. So I think it very much depends on the context of where you want your solution to put it. But I think in our society, at least the values that we have and the values that we probably want our algorithms to then propagate to the society is like gender equality, right? So that's the case where you would want to remove the bias. Does that answer your question? Yes. So the question is whether we have some way how we can control for the bias. And I will talk about some principles later on, which you can think of, and there are even statistical methods that can support that in order to understand whether you have a bias or not. I do not think there is yet an algorithm that would just, you press start and it will tell you have a bias or not. You still have to feed it something like, what variables you want to control for. Do you have race? Do you have gender? Maybe you want to check whether, like in that first example, that spending and race correlate together, those kind of things. But there are methods and statistical methods where you can check and you can measure the bias and you can, correct the bias. Yeah, so moving on, that one point that I want you to remember from this presentation is that no such thing, or there's no technology that is bias-free. And the reason for that right now is that we do have bias in our society. We do have some cultural background or, some ideas of our lives, and we're the ones who are defining the technology. So we're not there yet to have a bias-free technology, but I think it's important to start talking about these things, and it's important to think of how we can, correct that. So there are three kind of principles which comprise the trustworthy AI. And one part is the AI engineering part. So if you are a data scientist or machine learning engineer or analyst, that would be a part where you want to check your data, whether you have some disparity, whether there is some way how you can remove that bias. But to be honest, the ethics in AI starts even with the culture and design. So if you're thinking of whether you trust the solution, you might even want to look at what is the values of the company that came up with that solution. Are they thinking of bias? Are they thinking of things like transparency or explainability or other principles which do help us reach the trustworthy AI or build trust towards AI? And do they start with even design, like when they're starting with designing their solution, are they thinking of these things, and are they having a transparent way how to build that solutions? And of course, the third part is governance. Governance can really be like legislation. Like we already have a certain legislation to protect personal data, privacy of the users or of the data that we are using. But there is also some ways that you can check on the company level. Do they have some board? Do they have somebody that does think of these like governance of trustworthy AI? So those would be like the three principles to comprise trustworthy AI. And just to go a little bit deeper, in IBM we're talking about 5 pillars. In other companies, you might see a kind of different set, but when you really look at the descriptions, typically it's all the same. So it starts with the explainability. And explainability is whether you can explain how your solution came to that particular output. And for those of you who have experience with methods like linear regression or decision trees, those are the methods that out of the box can tell you like which of the variables are the best predictors, which have most weight, which are the most influencers. But even when we are talking about methods like neural networks, where it's typically a black box, you can still check for your input and the output, and you can still apply a certain function, like we call it explainer, that can help you understand what are the weights, what are the features, what really is the explainability of that particular decision. And the idea is really tell the people like, you came to that decision and how did you come to that? The second pillar is fairness, and fairness and bias are kind of like counterparts to each other. So when we're talking about the fairness, we're talking about equal treatment of different groups, and these different groups, they do differentiate between like what is your use case. Like sometimes you might want to look at race, sometimes you might want to look at gender, sometimes you might want to look at age. Like there could be different kind of sensitive variables, and the bias that can be introduced can start even from the data. So you might have a bias in the data, you might have some underprivileged groups that are not represented enough, and you have to be careful about that if you want to have an algorithm. So there was actually a use case when there was a student and she was African American and she tried to employ some algorithm for a visual face recognition, but it just did not recognize her face. And then when she put this ugly white mask, suddenly it would recognize her face. So that would be an example that in the training data set that they did not have enough diversity, so the algorithm was just not able to recognize these things properly. But the bias can also be not only in the data, but it can also be in your algorithms. So there are different levels that you should be checking for. Robustness is actually a great example also for certain attacks. So don't think of like physical attacks on AI, but this is more like, you know, you have a certain algorithm and you're feeding it anomalic values or exceptional values, and you can think of Thai is a good example. So Thai was supposed to be playful conversation, but because people started feeding it with all these, you know, racist comments, then it retrained and it turned to be racist. So what you want to think about is whether your algorithm is maybe penalizing these things. So whenever you see some exceptional value, you're not allowing the weight to be just so high so that it's going to influence the output so much, and that would be the robustness. The fourth and fifth pillars are kind of very intertwined. One is transparency and one is privacy. Transparency reflects of whether you are transparent about the system, how you devised your solution. So think about data collection. That's where, you know, your AI solution kind of starts. How did you collect your data? When I first did my bachelor, which was my first bachelor was some 10 years ago, I remember that was in management, and I remember how people would do their thesis. You know, they would put a questionnaire and then send it to their friends and then collect the data and make representative conclusions. Now that would be something that is like, if you disclose that, you see that there might be some bias, you don't have a representative sample of population, like those kind of things should be disclosed so that people know that, you know, what is happening, like how did you base your solution. And of course it goes from the data that is collected, how it's stored, whether you are, you know, putting some security measures, etc. And as I said, it connects closely to privacy because we do have some legislation to protect the data of users. You have the right to say like, yes, you can use my data, but you can also say like, no, please just delete all the data about me. Like that's the GDPR, and that's different legislations all across the world. And we have to be careful that this data is protected and secured. So that would be the pillars. And I just want to show you a very, very quick demo. There are different open source libraries. In IBM, we do have something that is, and let me see if I can pull this up. So it's called AR Fairness 360. Oops, Slovak keyboard, 360. And, okay, this one. And in here, there is also some, you know, if you're coding in Python, you can go to the documentation. There are methods which you can actually use out of the box to measure your bias in the data. And I just want to show you a very, very quick demo. So we can choose the Compass dataset, which was one of the examples. And I just want to show you how significant it really is when you do just a very simple method of you know, correcting your data for bias and how it can help you remove that bias. So in here, there are lots of different metrics that would you know, measure the bias. It's very visual, so you see that, I don't know if you see, there is like a slight red, which would indicate that there is a bias, and then there are values in a certain range which would say like, yes, this is a fair data set. And in this particular data set, they had two variables. One was gender, and another one was race. So of course, for gender, there was underprivileged group, the male, and for race, the underprivileged group was not Caucasian. And if we just go next in this demo, I just want to show you that if we choose just a very simple reweighting, which would be the simplest way how you can deal with the bias in your data, what could be the impact of that? So if we wait a couple of minutes, we don't want to translate, not now. So you see, like, there is an original data set which had a bias in this particular metric about minus 0.03, and the mitigated one is like in that around 0. So you can see that the bias is quite significantly removed, and that's just the simplest way that you reweigh your data to make sure that you don't have a certain group that is privileged there. So this is just a very simple example of how you can measure the bias and how you can remove the bias. And there could be different algorithms that you can check for. There are different statistical methods that you can check for. Even just things like, correlation or understanding whether you have some differences in your data can give you an insight of, what there is. So with that, I think I should be on time. I'm not sure. But I would encourage you, if you have any questions, we can check the Slido, I think. Is this the Slido? Yeah, so I'm not sure if you were given the code to this one to ask questions, or if you just have a question. Oh, this one. So the question is, you mentioned Amazon or Microsoft and how they tried and fail. What about IBM? Any project at such scale? Funny stories. So, of course, there are algorithms. Like, for example, that face recognition. It was one student, and she tried different algorithms, and even IBM did not fare well. So that's one example. I think for a couple of years, IBM is focusing on fairness and AI and trying to check for bias. So I'm not aware of any major problems that made it to the news, but of course there are, definitely examples because it's still a kind of new topic. So yeah, I hope I answered the question. Okay, so I don't see any other questions. Does anyone from the audience have a question, maybe? So that's all from my side.
Ďakujeme Nataši za prednášku. Teraz opäť prejdeme plynulo k ďalšej, ktorá bude taktiež po anglicky. Volá sa Machine Learning Operation in Practice. Určite sa nebojte pýtať. Nebojte sa pýtať naživo, nebojte sa pýtať cez Slido, naozaj to nebolí. Budete iba ťukať do svojej klávesnice na mobile tak, ako ste zvyknutí. A vyhrať môžete listky na Beániu STU. Takže určite sa to oplatí. Pozorne sledujte, pýtajte sa, nebojte sa, na to sme tu. Na to sú tieto prednášky. Postupne, teda kým sa nazvučia naši ďalší speakery, prejdeme aj ďalej, takže verím, že o nejaké 2-3 minútky môžeme privítať aj ďalších a budú nimi Martin Hablák a Peter Výboch, ktorí vám povedia niečo teda o Machine Learning Operation in Practice, opäť v anglickom jazyku, takže pozorne počúvajte a venujte sa našej prezentácii. Zatiaľ teda všetko odo mňa. My už máme všetko pripravené, takže nebudem to zdržovať, keďže máme viac než hodinové zdržanie a privítajte na pódiu teda Martina Habláka a Petra Výbocha, ktorí sa postarajú o ďalšiu prednášku, takže dodajte im trošku energie, už tu čakajú dosť dlho.
Beru. To je v poriadku. Okay. I guess this now works. Okay, so I welcome you to our talk, which is titled Machine Learning Operations or MLOps in Practice. So during this talk, we will have some sort of code snippets, and they will be mostly in Python, as we are basing this off the assumption that most of the machine learning people are already familiar with Python. And well, if you are not, that's kind of tough luck, but we will try to explain this as much as we can, so that everyone can follow and understand. So as for the agenda, so we will just have a quick, shameless self-promotion. Then we will have the story of Daniel, the data scientist. Then we have some sort of naive solution for some sort of deployment of an AI. And then we will go through the problems we can encounter on the way and basically discover the MLOps and what it means. So during these lectures, we will be two presenters. It will be myself and Martin. So Martin has a lot of experience in development, I believe 20 years almost. And so he's jumped through quite many fields, as you can see, and I'm just mostly new here, right? So yeah, notably we both Lisp. Martin codes in Clojure, which is like a Lisp family language, and I have a Lisp, as in speech impairment, which you can hear. So, okay, moving on. So Natasha has done a lot of heavy lifting for us by asking questions and interrogating you already, but Now the question is, who here has deployed a model? So just by a show of hands, has anyone here deployed a model? Okay. Okay. That's good because, well, given I'm paid by time, I would have to cut it short if you have deployed model. So it's lovely, I can continue. So, okay, that's great news. So, okay, that is a story of Daniel, the data scientist. So I guess all of the machine learning people have been there at some point. So you have read some sort of Medium article, have seen some sort of a activation function, then some sort of a loss function, and you have picked up all these pieces and created a model that is great for your simple domain. And you have then provisioned data from Kaggle, and you have wrangled this data and reshaped it and spent hours on it. Now it's like perfect, and your model is great. You have trained it on your GPU, and all is working on. Now, how do we get such a model to the hands of the people? Like, I mean, I'm sure you can show this to your more tech-savvy friends through a console or a terminal. But how do we show it to our grandma? I'm sure she would love to have her iris flowers classified. So some of you who have deployed the model might already be thinking, we can use a fast API or Flask or something, some HTTP framework that would work here. And yeah, that's a great solution actually. So yeah, we can simply just wrap a model. So this code just assumes that you have trained the model in some sort of Jupyter notebook and exported it as a pickle. Now you have a pickle file, you load it, and then you just use the model by just predicting on it. You take the data in form of some HTTP JSON body or whatever, and yeah, this works. So now our model will be in production, and it will just work forever, right? So, okay, that's it, we can end. Or is it? So, what can go wrong? Or can something go wrong? So, first let me say that given this is sort of an ML talk, we can't hold off the math any longer. So, get ready. Math. So, basically in ML we have some sort of special behavior. So usually we have a rule-based code, and in this rule-based code we can just go through the lines and we see what it's doing. But in ML, this is kind of like given also by the data. And so how it works is just we have a code that trains the model, we give it the data, and we just hope for the best, right? So, and then the model, when it's used in production, then the model predicts on some data and we get some sort of prediction. And so we can't really guarantee that this prediction will work well, and standard DevOps practices of testing and security scanning and whatnot will not quite work. So that's kind of the motivation for the MLOps. So let me go to another slide. Okay, so what can happen definitely is that my model is inaccurate in the new data. And so what are the approaches? How can we know? So first, there is this obvious approach that the user tells me that my model sucks. And that is fine, but the issue is at that stage it's kind of sort of late. I have disappointed some users, someone is angry on the internet. And so, and also the issue is we can't really measure suckedness of the model in some reasonable terms. I mean, we can train a model, extract a sentiment from the sentence, categorize the emojis or whatnot, but we are turning one problem into two, right? So is there some other way? I guess there must be a better way, right? So what can we do is we can devise some sort of performance pressure, which is just like a simple metric of whether it would work. For example, RMSE or R-squared score, which we are using here. And we just run it against the model. Now, this makes an assumption that we have the data labeled from the future, well, from the future with respect to where we trained the model. Because, well, we don't have to sit in DeLorean to get the data, obviously. Anyway, so, okay. Assuming we have done all this and we have some sort of labeled data where we can extract how accurate the model is, so it tells me that the model is inaccurate. So what do I do now at this stage? So one thing we definitely can do is, and that's done a lot of times, let me tell you, is we can spend a half day retraining and deploying a new version. We look through some Jupyter scripts and yeah, trying to find the right version of the data and everything. And so this is fine until you have to do this 4 times a day. So 4 times a half day, that's 2 days within a day, which, you know, math is not doing us any favors here. So what else can we do? So yeah, we're programmers, you know, we are making money by automating stuff. So we can automate this, obviously. So, okay, let us, for a moment, bait ourselves in lie that model training is really that simple, because it rarely is. Sure. So, and then, so we have some sort of a script that trains the model, and we have some sort of a script that deploys the model. Now, this deployment script makes just a simple assumption that there is some sort of endpoint in the API where I can just throw the model in form of the bytes, and it will just load it into the API, and it will be deployed. Now, where this gets us is that we get some sort of a continuous model training and deployment. And so this is, you know, it is quite simple. We can check each time that is it still accurate against some sort of metric we devise. Now, if it is not accurate, we can train a new model. And so, yeah, we train a new model, and then we don't want to get just about anything into the production. So just we check that the new model that has been trained is better than the previous one, or at least more accurate than the data. And then we just deploy it. And if it isn't accurate, we need to notify someone, obviously, because we need to get the new model there eventually. And so here we have just a simple print, but this can be some sort of Slack message or whatnot, you can imagine. Okay, so what this gets us, the continuous retraining, is that while the model, let's not make no mistake, it will still decay, each of the model will decay, we can at least kind of like, how would I describe it? We can retrain the model each time it decays under what we consider tolerable. And then we get some sort of reasonably sane models, right? So at this stage, we are done, right? Or can something else go wrong? So turns out it can. We are in software engineering, things go wrong all the time. So let's assume our data has drifted or is malformed or it's in some way. So this is like an example of a record which we could get from the API, let's say. So let's assume our last name is null, our age is -3, so that's really what you don't expect from the age. And last name being null, that's also kind of problematic, mainly if you use some sort of label encoders or something of the sort, because, you know, that gets you everyone who is null is kind of the same last name, which is not quite working. So what can we do at this stage? So what we can do is that we can validate the data. And so we are largely basing this on paper from Google, name of which escapes my memory at this stage. But so we have basically 3 types of validation. So there is data linting, which is some sort of low-level check. As any linting, so it basically requires no user input. So we can just get the data, and for each record, you can check like whether it has some sort of basic errors. For example, consider some sort of null values or changing data types for each column or something like this, changing the number of values, which for some data structures can happen. Then we have a schema validation, which is like, again, a row-level check. And then we can check whether the data conforms to some sort of schema. And we will get to this. This is basically the only one that is very, very, very necessary for each use case. And then there is a statistical properties check, which just checks whether there's some statistical misbehavior in the data. Say there is a skew towards some sort of age or there is a skew in some sort of gender, and such things. So schema validation is the one we really care about in every application. And here we can basically utilize a Python library, which is the de facto standard for any sort of validation, and it's called Pydantic. And so we can just devise a class of this form, and it will just enforce that the first name is some sort of a string, last name is again a string, age is an integer, and date of birth is a date time. And then we'll additionally check that the age is larger than 0. And so this we can kind of apply on each data record to check whether it's behaving correctly and filter out the ones that aren't. And how do we do that is kind of hidden in this scary piece of code. But it's only scary because of the typing, and I only use typing because I needed it to write it down. So what it does, just ignore the typing, is that it checks the data and checks it against the schema and creates 2 data structures, one for valid data and one for invalid data. It just goes through each of the records, kind of checks it against the schema, and then if it passes, it's a valid, and if it doesn't, it's invalid. And this will basically, we can now differentiate between valid and invalid data. And so this sort of validation should also be used for the API, where we can just check whether we are getting some sort of valid data and just straight up refuse any sort of invalid data so that we just don't provide classifications, because models are necessarily limited for the type of data they can predict on. So, okay, so with all this, putting all this together, we get just a very, very simple, very, very lightweight MLOps pipeline. So we have this piece of code, which can run in some sort of scheduler perpetually, or every 10 minutes, you get me? So what we get here is we have a model monitoring, which we can check how well the model is working. We get a data validation, where there's a function we had before utilized here, and then we just retrain the model and deploy it. And so one could ask, so how often should we run such a validation, or how often should we run an MLOps pipeline? And this is kind of largely empiric, and it depends on the type of the model and the type of the data we are using. And so some data might change more quickly, and some models might be more sensitive to this change than others. And so this largely depends. And also there is a performance consideration. So there are models like neural networks which consume a lot of energy to train. So we might have to adjust to like slightly sub-performing neural network just not to have to train one of the transformers or something else. So that's, yeah, I think I now will hand this over to Martin, and he will kind of ease us into what is MLOps.
Okay. So in the first part of the presentation, Peter showed us sort of a bottom-up approach, how you can build MLOps pipeline light, which actually gets you quite far, but MLOps pipeline light is not MLOps. So in my part of the presentation, I'm going to take a top-down approach and try to explain what this MLOps about. So what is it about? It's a process to streamline machine learning operations. I would maybe ask, why would you want to streamline your machine learning operations? And the answer would be maybe to save time. And that would be true, but if you look at the picture on the left side, there is a typical software development life cycle. You start with some kind of planning, you do development, integration, deployment, operation, until you reach a phase which is called learning. And I would argue that you want to streamline your machine learning operation to reach learning as soon as possible, and as many times as possible, so that you can actually learn from your real users and learn from the real data. I think that's the importance. Machine learning didn't, like, it was born over the night. it's deeply rooted in a DevOps, and DevOps is quite established so far. It's also not just your Python scripts and your automation. It's a whole engineering culture which bridges machine learning development, or development as a matter of fact, and machine learning operational operations. So I like this quote. It's from some Google material which describe what does it mean to practice MLOps, and I'm going to read it out loud. Practicing MLOps means that you advocate for automation and monitoring at all steps of ML system construction, including integration, testing, releasing, deployment, and infrastructure management. I'll touch upon automation and monitoring in a minute. Here I would like to realize that machine learning operation is also that you manage your infrastructure. You manage your messy Python environments, you manage your cloud object storage bucket, databases, and so on and so forth. So when I was given an opportunity to give this talk, first thing that came to my mind, I have to mention Accelerate. I have to mention it. So what is this book about? This book is about exploring ways how teams can actually measure their software development performance. And you might say it's for DevOps guys. But actually, this is actually scientific study, this book. It has two parts. In the first part, they basically describe their findings in scientific study. And the second part, they actually describe in detail what was their scientific method and all math. So data scientists, this is also for you, because there is a math. What I like about this book that I feel sometimes in our industry, it's like somebody wakes up in the morning and says, you know, I have this idea, I'm going to share it with the world. And he's like claiming that this is how things should be done without any number backing up his claims. In this book, everything is backed up by the numbers. This is what I like about it. So how do we measure software delivery performance? So they picked up those 4 metrics. I'm not going to explain in detail. You can go up and read the book. But sort of intuitively, we have a first 2 metrics. They are a measure of a speed. The second 2 metrics are measure of a quality. So they basically discovered that teams which has a short lead times to production, they have a high deployment frequency, they have a low failure rate, and they have a fast mean time to recovery, has a better software delivery process. And there are a couple of other findings in this book which I want to mention. Is that first one is that with speed comes quality, which is very, at first sight, is very counterintuitive, that faster you move, the better quality you have. But if you think about it second time, what do you actually, you have to think, who do you ask to go faster? You are asking go faster engineers, data scientists, smart people, who, if they are asked to go faster, they are not going to jump out of the airplane without parachute, right? If they are going to ask me to go faster, then what they are going to do, they are going to automate, but monitor at all stages of the process. That's why the quality rises. And one more thing I want to mention, which was shocking to me, that you actually can change a culture by changing technical practices. But I was reading this in a book, I was like, what? You change a culture by sending a newsletter about what is your company culture, but it actually, they proved that if you do automation and you do quality, your culture changes. And again, if you think about it, people who have feedback from production, they know what their customers are, how they behave, they would be sort of stupid not to use this information and basically have a so-called generative culture, so performance-oriented culture, which is a culture that I'm going to take my feedback and go to my next planning and do a better model into a production. Okay, so enough Accelerate. We are approaching end of our talk. So before we leave, I want to leave you a couple of more terms so which you can go out and research yourself. Namely, my favorite, reproducibility, which will allow you to answer questions like why model at certain date approved alone for user X, Y, Z, which is in itself interesting, but in some industry is even mandatory or required to answer this question. The other thing is concept of feature stores. So data scientists spend large amount of time finding data, cleaning data, transforming it, well, it would be better if such valuable resources as data scientists could do a data science instead of doing data engineering. So data engineers can prepare a so-called feature store where they pre-clean, govern, pre-classify data, and the data scientist just goes out and use the data. And last one is deployment strategies. So even if you automate everything, even if you have a quality baked in, security baked in, you still might feel that you're not 100% sure how this model is going to behave in production. So you can select from different deployment strategies. Let's say from A/B deployment strategy, you roll out your new model to 1% of a population and observe how it behaves. If it's not behaving as expected, you roll it back and go back and train the new model. If it behaves properly, you roll it out to the 50% population, 100% population. That's it. Okay, let me close with a word how you start your MLOps journey. So first thing, ethics, Natasha's talk. That's some ethics and compliance. That's something you cannot skip. I mean, depending on your perspective, it's something you have to do, otherwise you might get exposed, or it's actually the right thing to do. The other thing is just as you saw, simple automation. It's automation, automation, automation. But nobody is asking data scientists to do the automation. As you might know, data scientists are valuable resources these days. But you can go to your boss and said, should we start a working group to create that automation for me? You can provide the feedback, and then you can really focus on a data science instead of doing manual work or creating an automation. Thank you. Any questions? So,
Any questions? I think there's also a Slido.
let's see if I can use Windows.
So, any questions from the audience? I suppose we have no in Slido.
Yeah, I think the answer to how to manage your data sets better is this concept of feature stores, where you basically store your data sets in sort of a catalog and then scan it for rules. Let's say I'll tell you an example within our company. We have a catalog of data sets with the scan data, and when you explore the catalog, you can see with what kind of information are you dealing with. Are there any sensitive information? Are there any personal identifiable information? What kind of data we have? Do we have like a revenue information? Do we have gender information? So this is how we usually manage those data sets.
On like a micro project level, when you want to manage your data in a project, there's also tools like DVC, data version control, which is kind of like a Git for data, if you're familiar with Git. And so this yeah, this basically works quite well for this, and you can just track the changes and roll back to the specific commits and such. And that's something in Slido.
Well, the simple answer is no. I don't believe there is a single tool. Do you believe that?
No.
But there are many tools. Like the core of the MLOps is this pipelining. Also, there are various tools for doing a pipeline. You can do simple Python generators, right? That's the easiest thing you can do. Or the mentioned DVC is quite good. What else for pipelining?
I guess Kubeflow.
Kubeflow, yeah, Kubeflow.
Would you maybe argue there are some cases where you would be against automation, or automation would be actually counterproductive, or
Yeah. I mean, so I personally would argue that you should automate everything, but lately I read the book that you should put it on a weight. Is it really beneficial for me automate this 1% and spend maybe 50% of my work? So, yeah, be reasonable. Yeah. So
the standard consulting answer, it depends.
depends. Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have it on the slides here. Yep.
So-
So in the data science community, it's the books are very immature. So I scanned through 3 books already. 2 of them, one of them was Microsoft marketing, the other was Amazon marketing. But this one is good. Introduction to MLOps. This is not marketing material. This is like a real book with tackle technical problems. And Peter was mentioning this paper, the ML test score. This is a paper from Google. Very good. Really highly recommend to read this one. It will cover you through whole life cycle of MLOps, be it quality automation. Yeah, so this one is really recommended. No, it's a technical book. Yeah, it's.
I guess we close
you.
then. Thank you.
Som dobre počul a videl, mali sme otázky od 3 ľudí a vy všetci traja, ktorí ste sa opýtali, pôjdete tam dozadu k tým 2 šarmantným technikom v mikinách a každý dostanete jeden lístok na Beániu a pokiaľ nechcete lístok, tak na stánku IBM dostanete mikinu. Takže rozhodnutie je na vás, mali ste naozaj putavé otázky, takže zastavte sa potom tam vzadu. My kým ozvučíme ďalšieho speakera, tak vám poviem, čo nás vlastne čaká. Bude to domáca automatizácia pomocou open source platformy Home Assistant. Takže rozhodne sa, máte na čo tešiť a ďalším rozprávajúcim tu na pódiu bude Marek Menzel. Takže ten je určite pripravený, ešte počkáme, kým ho chalani nazvučia a o nejaké 2-3 minútky pôjdeme na to. Myslím si, že už je teda všetko pripravené na ďalšiu prednášku, ktorú bude mať na starosti Marek Mansell. Marek je zanietený edukátor a autor projektu Učíme s hardverom, takže určite vám bude mať čo povedať o teda inteligentnej domácnosti. Ja už teda všetko nechám jemu a určite buďte aktívni, opäť sa pýtajte, pretože videli ste, že nie je to vymysel, naozaj môžete vyhrať lístky na Beány USTU, sú tam zaujímavé kapely, zaujímaví DJ, určite to stojí za to. Ak to nechce party, ak to nechce tancovať a zabávať sa, môže byť v teplej mikine od IBM, takže rozhodne pozorne počúvajte a potom sa pýtajte nášho ďalšieho speakera Marek Mansell.
Ahojte, a teda dnes vám porozprávam niečo o domácej automatizácii s pomocou softvéru Home Assistant. A kto z vás študuje informatiku alebo ITčko, niečo podobného? Alebo pracujete, tak študuje alebo pracuje, tak? OK, väčšina. A kto z vás už má skúsenosti s nejakou domácou automatizáciou alebo priamo s Home Assistantom? OK, menšina. Home Assistantom nie, hej? Čiže bude to niečo nové. Okay. Dobre, tak Home Assistant je open source platforma, ktorá je naprogramovaná v Pythone a posledné 2 roky je veľmi populárna, čím ďalej tým viac ľudí ju používa a začína to byť ako keby taká tá primárna open source komunitná platforma pre domácu automatizáciu. Má čím ďalej tým viac rastiejšiu komunitu a teda čím ďalej tým viac vecí, ktoré podporuje, čiže k tomu sa postupne dostaneme. Ja som z projektu Učíme s hardverom, čo je projekt, ktorý sa sústredí primárne na základné a stredné školy, kde sa snažíme dostať hardverové technológie priamo do výučby. Toto sa nám darí posledné roky celkom dobre, primárne s takým malým programovateľným zariadením, ktoré sa nazýva BBC Microbit, ale zároveň teda v poslednom období začíname sa venovať aj iným témam a iným platformám, ako je Microbit a konkrétne teda to bude aj Home Assistant, ktorý v blízkej budúcnosti budeme spúšťať ako kurz, čiže ak by ste náhodou mali záujem, tak kľudne sa subscribnite na našej web stránke. A teda, o čom bude táto prednáška? No určite nebude o tom, že tu budem vysvetľovať základy toho, že čo je inteligentná domácnosť, to asi väčšina z vás už vie a zároveň v rámci tých 20 minút by som to ani nestihol, ale teda zameriam sa primárne na platformu Home Assistant, ako sa dá využívať a ako viete vy doma využiť. A sú také všeobecné 3 prístupy, ako sa dá pristupovať k domácej automatizácii. Tá úplne prvá naľavo je, že si necháte urobiť nejaké komplexné zariadenie, elektroinštalačné riešenie, že teda prídete do nejakej firmy, dáte tam na stôl 20-30 tisíc eur a oni prídu, rozbúrajú vám celý dom, naťahajú nové káble, dajú tam super drahé moduly, všetko bude ideálne fungovať. Teda to je spôsob, akým to akože naozaj asi bude čo najviac fungovať, ale zároveň je to veľmi, veľmi drahý spôsob, akým riešiť inteligentnú elektroinštaláciu, ale teda to je spôsob pre ľudí, ktorí majú na to dosť peňazí a nechcú si to riešiť sami. Potom je taká stredná cesta, kde si kúpite nejaké komponenty, ktoré sú smart, ale teda nie znamená to, že máte celú smart domácnosť, len si kúpite iba nejaký smart vypínač s nejakým smart svetlom a viete ho zapínať tak, že stlačate tlačítko, alebo sa vie zapínať a vypínať samo, prípadne viete to ovládať cez mobil. A takýchto firiem, ktoré vyrábajú takéto zariadenie je strašne veľa, majú ich v IKEA, má ich Apple, má ich Google, má ich Amazon, každý má svoje. Ale problém je, že keď si kúpite zvonček od jednej firmy, svetlo od druhej firmy, nejakého hlasového asistenta od tretej firmy, tak oni spolu nekomunikujú. A teda máte 4, 5, 10, 20 apiek na každú jednu firmu, na každú jednu aplikáciu a je to proste reálne nepoužiteľné v praxi. No a tretí prístup je, že si to budujete úplne sami, čiže si kúpite malé mikrokontroléry a spajkujete si to, pripájate si konkrétne tie zariadenia a to je teda taká tá cesta obľúbená hlavne pre elektrotechnikov, možno aj tu z fejky. Ale dosť taká náročná, pretože vyžaduje to nielen veľa času, ale aj veľa skúseností, zručností a veľa pokusov a omylov. No a preto vlastne ja sa budem hlavne zameriavať na tú strednú cestu a na to je Home Assistant veľmi super, že vlastne vy si viete nakúpiť rôzne takéto zariadenia od IKEA, Philipsu, Amazonu, Apple a tak ďalej. Vyberete si to, čo vám vyhovuje a máte jeden centrálny bod, kde to viete všetko poprepájať, kde to všetko bude navzájom fungovať, odkiaľ to viete ovládať a ešte k tomu navyše, ak sa rozhodnete si k tomu pridať aj nejaké vlastné riešenia, že si niečo naozaj pospajkujete, pozapájate, vytvoríte, tak potom to viete tiež ešte integrovať do toho systému. Čiže Home Assistant je otvorená platforma, ktorá není sama o sebe nič hardverového, není to ten koncový bod, že priamo ovláda svetla, alebo priamo je toto tlačítko. Na to sú iné zariadenia, ktoré si buď kúpite, alebo vyrobíte. Home Assistant je mozgom toho celého systému, ktorý si nainštalujete niekde na nejaký buď 50 eurový miniserver Raspberry Pi, ktorý necháte niekde v poličke bežať stále a tým, že je to taký naozaj mini špeciálny server, tak zožere veľmi málo energie, alebo ak náhodou máte aj doma nejaký iný väčší server, tak vám to tam stále musí bežať, ale kľudne Raspberry Pi platforma veľmi populárna za 50 eur, dáte si to niekam do poličky, do skrinky a to bude vlastne mozgom toho vášho celého domu. A nemusíte nič programovať, kým nerobíte naozaj niečo veľmi špecifické, tak všetko sa to dá len pekne nakonfigurovať. Dokonca čím ďalej, tým viac to prostredie ponúka, že len si to vyklikávate, nemusíte ani písať konfiguráciu, len si ju vyklikávate a postupne si tam pridávate jednotlivé komponenty a automaticky tam už máte pekné dashboardy, pekné komponenty, vyzerá to pekne aj na mobile, je k tomu aj mobilná apka, zároveň to pekne vyzerá aj na tablete, aj na počítači, úplne s minimálnym effortom. A teda, ako som už povedal, je to tá centrálna jednotka mozgom celého toho domu a k tomu sa postupne pripájajú rôzne zariadenia, čiže môžete napríklad sa ráno zobudiť, povedať niečo svojmu inteligentnému hlasovému asistentovi a ten sa rozhodne, že na základe toho, aký príkaz mu dáte, tak sa spustí hudba na nejakých reprákoch úplne od inej firmy, ktoré sú teda tiež smart, ale teda je to nejaká iná firma, či navzájom by tie dve nefungovali, prípadne sa zapnú svetla, alebo sa odpojí práčka zo zásuvky, ak máte smart zásuvky a tak ďalej. Čiže akože potom už je na vás, akým spôsobom si nakonfigurujete tie automatizácie a čo sa má vykonať kedy v tej domácnosti. A tých možností, čo k tomu viete pripojiť, je strašne veľa. Ono sa to nazýva integrácie, tu sú teda také jednotlivé moduly, vďaka ktorým ten Home Assistant vie komunikovať s rôznymi zariadeniami. Vidíte tu, že je tu aj viacero značiek rôznych firiem alebo takých akože produktov známych firiem, ktoré tiež ponúkajú nejaké smart zariadenia. Tá IKEA napríklad, Google tu má nejaké veci a tak ďalej, ale zároveň sú to potom aj také všeobecné nejaké komunikačné platformy, ak ste napríklad niekedy robili s domácou automatizáciou, tak možno poznáte MQTT protokol alebo Zigbee, čo sú také často využívané protokoly v domácej automatizácii. A týchto integrácií je vyše 2200, čiže takmer čokoľvek, čo si kúpite, samozrejme nie úplne všetko, ale takmer čokoľvek, čo si kúpite, viete prepojiť a zapojiť do toho vášho jedného systému a s tým, že teda nemusíte si to sami leptať, spajkovať, nemusíte si kupovať jeden komplexný drahý systém od jednej firmy, ale viete si to sami vyskladať postupne. A teda keď si tam popridávate nejaké základné veci, tak takto nejak vyzerá taký ten dashboard, teda konkrétne akože časť dashboardu, ktorý ja mám doma. Máme tu časť, kde si nastavím, o koľko ráno sa chcem zobudiť, vtedy sa automaticky dajú aj rolety hore, večer, keď sa zotmie podľa toho, kedy je západ slnka, tak sa dajú tie rolety dole. Plus teda tam mám aj komponenty na ovládanie pavlačových svetielok, ktoré sa automaticky zapínajú a vypínajú a keby som na to klikol, tak si môžem presne nastaviť, akú farbu chcem na tých svetielkách. A toto vlastne všetko bolo takmer alebo respektíve úplne bez programovania, lebo to sú také tie klasické veci, ktoré ľudia stále do kolečka používajú, to sú tie základné veci, že to stačí len jednoducho nakonfigurovať a zvládne to akýkoľvek, aspoň trochu technicky zručný človek, aj bez znalosti programovania. Toto je už ukážka takého trošku komplikovanejšieho dashboardu. Postupne, keď si tam pridávate veci, môžete napríklad ovládať aj kúrenie, môžete si tam nastaviť rôzne módy, že keď ste doma, keď ste preč. Zároveň to podporuje aj hysterézu, čiže tým sa vám zapína a vypína to kúrenie v nejakom intervale, aby sa nezapínalo a vypínalo stále každých 5 minút. Ale teda keď sa zohreje, tak chvíľku počká, kým tak teplota klesne a až pri tej klesnutej nastavenej teplote znovu začne kúriť. A okrem teda toho termostatu tu máte aj ukážky napríklad ovládania home entertainment systémov, čiže rôzna hudba, rôzne videá, prípadne informácie stiahnuté z internetu, ako napríklad, kedy ide najbližší autobus alebo niečo podobného. Tá konfigurácia v tomto prípade vyzerá tak, že si tu len tie veci vyklikávate a zadávate nejaké jednoduché konfiguračné príkazy a vždy vlastne, keď niečo nakonfigurujete, vyberete si, ako tie jednotlivé komponenty na tom dashboarde majú vyzerať, tak sa tam postupne popridávajú, čiže nie je potrebné ani znalosť programovania. Samozrejme, keď chcete, môžete si tam aj doprogramovať nejaké vlastné moduly, ale ako keby 99% vecí v tých domácnostiach sa opakuje. Každý má doma svetlá, každý má doma zásuvky, veľa ľudí má doma alarmy, inteligentné kúrenie, čiže veľa tých vecí naozaj netreba odznovu robiť, stačí si ich nakonfigurovať tak, ako to urobilo tisíce ľudí pred nami. A teda s tými dashboardmi sa tiež dá všelijako hrať, tie vizuály sa tam dajú rôzne nastavovať, aby to bolo pekné, príjemné, customizované presne tak, ako chcete. A teda už som spomínal, že vlastne do tej open source platformy viete pridať, alebo teda ako keby vie ovládať rôzne komerčné zariadenia. A zatiaľ som spomínal hlavne také, ktoré sú ľahko použiteľné bežným používateľom bez toho, aby ste vôbec niečo museli spajkovať alebo špeciálne zapájať. Proste zapojíte nejakého hlasového asistenta do zásuvky alebo zapojíte inteligentnú zásuvku do klasickej zásuvky a stane sa s nej inteligentná, čiže reálne tam hardwareovo nemáte žiadne bariéry, nie je to nič náročné a je to len o tom, jak si to nakonfigurujete. Ale ak náhodou by ste chceli ísť o krok vyššie, že máte nejaké skúsenosti s elektrikou a viete si nejaké veci pozapájať aj sami, tak si môžete nakúpiť potom aj opäť inteligentné moduly, ktoré priamo teda dáte napríklad do rozvodnice alebo niekam do zásuvky alebo pod vypínač. Tam už teda je ale potrebné vedieť, ako zapájať elektrické zariadenia, tak aby vás tých 230 V nekoplo, alebo aby niečo nevyskratovalo, no ale tým pádom vlastne už sa viete priblížiť viac k takej tej profesionálnejšej domácej automatizácii. A toto sú také tie dve najznámejšie firmy, ktoré sa najčastejšie opakujú, ktoré vyrábajú takéto moduly. Jedna z nich je Sonoff, to je čínska, a druhá z nich je Shelly, to je myslím buď rumunská alebo bulharská, čiže Bulhari, tak bulharská. Čiže z pohľadu nejakých regulácií je možno tá rumúnska rozumnejšia voľba, pretože minimálne sú v Európskej únii a možno viacej dodržiavajú regulácie ako Čína. Hlavne teda už, keď už je to silno prúd, tak už je to o časy trošku háklivejšie na to, že keď tam náhodou niečo odíde, aby vám nevyhorel dom. Ale teda rôznych potom alternatívnych zariadení tiež existuje veľa. Toto sú také tie dve najčastejšie, ktoré sa používajú v komunitách, ktoré si snú automatizovať domácnosť, ak sa teda niekto už odváži otvoriť rozvodnicu. Ak ale by ste náhodou chceli ísť predsa len tou treťou cestou, že si vytvoríte sami nejaké vlastné elektronické zariadenie. Napríklad aj tu asi na Fejke sa častokrát študenti stretávajú s tým, že si vytvárajú vlastné zariadenia, programujú vlastné mikrokontroléry. Tak to je napríklad možné pomocou softveru ESP Home, kde si na platformu ESP32 alebo ESP8266 je možné nahrať takýto špeciálny firmware ESP Home a vďaka tomu opäť bez nejakého komplexného programovania viete si vytvoriť úplne vlastné custom zariadenie, aby vám vykonávalo presne to, čo chcete. Čiže nemusíte sa spoliehať na to, že nejaká firma vám vyrobí taký zásuvkový modul, ako chcete. Môžete si ho vytvoriť sami, len teda opäť toto už je trochu technickejšie, náročnejšie, pretože už musíte vedieť, ako tam vôbec nahrať ten firmware na tú mikroelektroniku, ako to prípadne pospajkovať alebo poprepájať a tak ďalej. Ale pre mnohých ľudí, alebo tá veľká väčšina ľudí, ktorí idú do domácej automatizácie, tak skôr či neskôr sa dostanú k tomuto a po večeroch, po víkendoch sa s tým hrajú a postupne si pridávajú rôzne LED pásiky alebo rôzne svetelka, repráky a tak ďalej, ktoré je možné pomocou takýchto malých, relatívne lacných 10-eurových zariadení z Číny ovládať. A teda ten ESP Home veľmi pekne komunikuje ten ESP Home je firmware pre ten mikrokontroler, ktorý veľmi pekne komunikuje s tým Home Assistantom, čo je tá centrálna riadiaca jednotka. Ale ak by ste napríklad si chceli úplne že nejaké vlastné zariadenie spraviť, napríklad na báze Arduino alebo inej hardwareovej platformy, ktorá nepodporuje ten firmware ESP Home, tak môžete to ľahko prepojiť napríklad cez protokol MQTT. Ak ste robili niekedy s domácou automatizáciou, tak pravdepodobne ste už o MQTT počuli. Je to jeden z tých najbežnejšie používaných protokolov na komunikáciu medzi rôznymi IoT zariadeniami cez internetovú sieť, cez klasickú Wi-Fi alebo cez Ethernet. A teda veľmi ľahko sa viete napojiť z akéhokoľvek malého zariadenia z Arduina napríklad na tú centrálnu jednotku Home Assistant a ovládať nejaké aktory, ale respektíve snímať hodnoty z toho Arduina. A teda to MQTT v Home Assistante má aj špeciálne navrhnutý protokol, že vlastne podporuje napríklad auto-discovery. Ako náhle pridáte nové zariadenie s MQTT protokolom špeciálne pre Home Assistanta do siete, tak automaticky ho Home Assistant rozpozná a pridá ho do toho dashboardu. Ak by vám predsa ani to nevyhovovalo, že nechcete ísť cestou štandardnou cestou, ale chcete si to nejak customizovať a úplne že vytvoriť vlastné špeciálne rozšírenie v rámci Home Assistantu, tak na to teda to je tiež možné. Tým, že Home Assistant je naprogramovaný v Pythone, tak viete si tam ľahko tiež cez Python vytvoriť ďalšie integrácie, ktoré sa priamo potom pridajú do toho dashboardu. Čiže ak potrebujete nejaký špecifický protokol, ktorý zatiaľ nie je implementovaný, aby vám na tom Home Assistante fungoval, tak viete si to veľmi ľahko naprogramovať. Existuje k tomu veľa návodov, aj tá dokumentácia je veľmi prehľadná. A teda asi teda si viete predstaviť, ako vyzerá klasická domáca automatizácia, čiže som tu ešte pridal jednu takú ukážku z takej netradičnej. Toto je ukážka, kde sa Home Assistant využíva na inteligentný skleník. Toto sú rôzne hnojivá, ktoré sú rozpustené vo vode, ku každému ide čerpadlo a teda Home Assistant ovláda to množstvo rôznych jednotlivých hnojív, rôznych chemických látok, ktoré postupne idú do tej pôdy a zároveň teda tam sú rôzne senzory, ktoré rozpoznávajú, že ktoré hnojivo treba kedy pridať. Ideálne je to pri hydrofonickom zavlažovaní, keď máte špeciálny vodný substrát, v rámci ktorého idú živiny a viete si to celé automatizovať, že vlastne ten software vy ani neprogramujete, iba ho konfigurujete cez Home Assistant. Čiže ako keby nemusí to byť len o domácej automatizácii, môžu to byť aj rôzne iné aplikácie, kde sa využívajú senzory a aktory. A teda na záver ešte raz pripomeniem, učíme s hardverom, ak by vás tieto témy zaujímali, tak budeme aj budúci rok spúšťať kurz práve na Home Assistant, čiže kľudne sa prihláste, subscribnite do newslettera a dostanete viac informácií. Čiže vyzerá, že som sa celkom trafil do časového limitu, čiže máme ešte priestor na otázky. Ak máte nejaké, tak kľudne sa pýtajte. Sa prepnem aj do slajda.
Tak do toho vrazím tento tool, ale jak to poviem cestou Google Asistenta, on jak mu to dá vedieť, aby mi pustil film na ulici. Tam je nejaký speech to text, ktorý sa pošle do Home Automation?
No teraz myslíš, akože keď máš hlasového asistenta, či keď nemáš hlasového? No áno, keď máš hlasového asistenta, tak on už automaticky rozpoznáva ten speech to text, to je napríklad to Amazon Alexa a on potom vlastne tú informáciu posiela ďalej. A teda nerobil som presne s touto platformou, ale zase sú dva spôsoby, že buď sa to dá nakonfigurovať lokálne po sieti, že on to pošle na lokálnu IPčku a nemusí to ísť vôbec cez internet, ale niekedy je treba, niektoré firmy si to tak loknú, že vlastne je potrebné, aby ten hlas, to, čo sa povie, tak išlo smerom na server, na nejaký, ak je to Amazon Alexa, tak na amazoniacký server a potom vlastne ten Home Assistant si to odtiaľ stiahne, čo akože trvá všude menej ako 1 sekundu, ak je dobrý internet, ale teda to sú také tie dva základné spôsoby, že bude to čisto len lokálne, alebo to musí ísť cez server a to potom záleží od tej firmy, ktorá vyrába napríklad ten Plex, alebo Googleplex, alebo Amazon Alexu, že vlastne čo oni povolujú, že či povolujú aj lokálnu komunikáciu. A veľa tých integrácií je takých, že oni nie sú, že niektoré tie firmy sú nerady, že takýmto spôsobom akože niekto komunikuje s zariadeniami, čiže tie integrácie sú vytvárané komunitou a niekedy aj tak, že reverse engineerujú ten protokol a tým pádom sa dostanú k tej komunikácii a tým pádom viete úplne obísť ten server, lebo ak nechcete, aby všetky vaše informácie o vás išli cez nejaký amazoniacký alebo applácky alebo googlacký server, kde to oni môžu spracovať, tak niekedy sa potešíte tomu, že nejaký nadšenec to reverse engineeroval ten protokol a tým pádom vy to viete na routeri zablokovať tomu zariadeniu, aby komunikoval s internetom a bude iba komunikovať lokálne. Ale teda niekedy je to také, že tie firmy sú radi a podporujú to, že niektoré firmy vyslovene sa tým chvália, že podporujú Home Assistanta a niektoré to proti tomu trošku zatiaľ bojujú, lebo chcú si vendor locknúť tých ľudí prirodzene. Áno, primárne lokálne. Áno, áno. Áno, ono je to klasická web aplikácia, čiže ale responsívna, čiže vlastne vy keď si otvoríte v mobile a ešte si uložíte, tak je to klasická aplikácia na mobile a zároveň má aj aplikáciu, ktorá podporuje aj push notifikácie, čiže vlastne áno, že má aj aplikáciu a zároveň teda má aj webové rozhranie prístupné či už cez mobil alebo cez počítač a zároveň teda je to klasický webový server. Čiže ako náhle máte napríklad statickú IPčku, ktorá sa u veľa providerov dá za euro mesačne priplatiť a máte statickú IPčku, nasmerujete si tam doménu a tým pádom sa viete pripojiť k svojmu serveru domácemu kedykoľvek alebo cez tú VPN-ku, ako ste spomínali, ak to nechce mať úplne otvorené do sveta každému. Áno, áno. Sú tu ešte otázky, že to komplexné riešenie je skorej asi vhodné, keď staviaš nový dom, či komplet prerábaš, nie. Asi nie je optimálne basliť, keď mi ponáhla stavba. Áno, súhlasím. Aj s tou prvou časťou, že to komplexné riešenie je ideálne, keď sa stavia nový dom, lebo ad jedna je to veľa peňazí, čo už pri stavbe nového domu sa 10-20 tisíc stratí veľmi ľahko, oproti tomu, že keď človek len rekonštruuje, ale zároveň teda netreba rozbúravať všetky káble a zároveň teda keď ponáhla stavba, tak áno, nie je optimálne bastliť a prplať sa s tým a hrať sa s tým. Dá sa prípadne, že predpripraviť že ak si to nechcete, že urobiť celú inteligentnú domácnosť, ale chcete tam mať nejaké prvky, tak si tam viete zo pár sieťových káblov, nejaké FTPčka alebo niečo podobné poťahať a potom do budúcnosti s tým pracovať. Čiže dá sa to tak predpripraviť na budúce bastlenie, ale s tým, že musí to fungovať už teraz. A potom je tu druhá otázka, že či zbiera Home Assistant aj dáta na nejaký server. Áno, ak si to povolíte. Je tam vyslovene, že jedna integrácia, jedno to rozšírenie, kde teda keď ho máte spustené, tak posielajú sa štatistické údaje, že nie akože nejaké súkromné, ale štatistické, vďaka čomu oni potom robia centrálne nejaké také štatistiky, že koľko ľudí to beží na Raspberry Pi serveri, v tom 50 eurovom, koľko ľudí to má na nejakom klasickom Linuxáckom 400-500 eurovom serveri doma. Koľko ľudí má takú verziu, koľko takú a tak ďalej. Čiže takéto štatistiky robia, ale iba od ľudí, ktorí si to vyslovene povolia. Keď si to nepovolíte, tak máte to úplne odrezané od internetu a komunikuje to iba po lokálnej sieti. Dobre. Dokážem pri vlastnej tvorbe úplne vyrovnať alebo aj prekonať externých výrobcov? Nie. Akože ja si myslím, že keď po večeroch sa s tým bastlíte, tak akože vždy sa stane, že niečo zlyhá, nefunguje, to je úplne bežné a tým pádom ako keby, že keď si naozaj zaplatíte za to veľké prachy, aby vám to niekto urobil a servisuje vám to, tak je väčšia pravdepodobnosť, že dávajú pozor na to, aby pri tých updatech sa nič nepokazilo, aby to všetko bolo kompatibilné. Ak si to robíte doma a prídete do istého momentu, že už tam máte toho veľa, tak občas sa stane, že niečo zlyhá a to je potom na vás, že akože ktoré veci si takto automatizujete. Že úplne, že všetky svetlá by som osobne ja do toho nešiel cez Home Assistanta doma, pretože náhodou niečo vypadne a ja som týždeň preč alebo 2 týždne preč a manželka týždeň nebude svietiť. To je asi dosť blbé. Ale napríklad také tie svetielka na pavlači alebo to hlasový asistent a púšťanie hudby a podobne, že také veci, ktoré nie sú že úplne nevyhnutné a 99% času budú fungovať. Keď sa náhodou stane, že nebudú fungovať, až tak nevadí. Čiže ako keby, že treba na to áno dávať pozor. Spomenuli ste mnoho výhod, ktoré Home Assistant prináša, avšak všetko má svoje výhody a nevýhody. Existujú tu nejaké riziká v súvislosti s bezpečnosťou? Áno, akože čo sa týka bezpečnosti, všetko, čo je na internete, všetko, čo je elektronické, v zásade automaticky prináša riziko. Tam potom zase závisí od toho, že do akej miery si to dobre nakonfigurujete, či máte nejaký server vystrčený do sveta, alebo či tam je tá VPN-ka, či tam máte aj nejaké kamery, či keď sa vám niekto do toho hackne do toho systému, tak rovno vidí aj tie kamery, alebo či len vidí to, že si vypínate svetlá, čo akože není až taký prúser bezpečnosti z môjho pohľadu, ale keď už by ste tam mali kamery, tak je každý kamerový systém, keby ste mali lokálny sieťový, tak už to môže byť väčší problém. Čiže áno, akože treba na to myslieť a riadne to zabezpečiť. Potom ďalšia otázka, že či dokážu aj veľké firmy využívať Home Assistant pri ich prevádzke. A neviem o tom, že by nejaká konkrétna veľká firma používala, možno keby som hľadal na internete nejaký blog, tak by som našiel hneď, ale áno, viem si predstaviť, že aj väčšie firmy vedia používať Home Assistanta na ich prevádzku, lebo je to ako keby že veľmi flexibilné, veľmi poučiteľné a neviem o tom, že by tam bol nejaký hard limit na to, že koľko senzorov tam pripájate, že ak je problém s tým, že už tam máte veľa vecí na sieti, tak podľa mňa vám stačí len väčší server s viac jadrami a automaticky to bude fungovať, čo pre firmu není problém. Takže myslím si, že aj väčšie firmy by to vedeli využívať, ale neviem dať taký príklad teraz. Štatistické, ale na úrovni systému, pokiaľ viem, že nie je konkrétne, že aké komponenty. Takto, že zistí, že či máte, že napríklad, že aké integrácie máte nainštalované, ale nie konkrétne tie jednotlivé body, že pokiaľ viem, tak to neposiela informácie o tom, že koľko sa zapínajú, vypínajú, lebo to už je taká akože už možno viac private vec, ale skôr z takého pohľadu, že aký operačný systém máte na tom Raspberryčku, na ktorom to bežíte, také všeobecné štatistické. Prípadne, že ako dlho ten server beží, že či ho reštartujete, či sa vypol, zapol a tak ďalej, čiže skôr takéto všeobecné štatistické. To nie. To samozrejme vy tam viete v tom Home Assistante si nastaviť, aby vám to krásne grafy ukazovalo, ale to je lokálne, že takéto informácie, pokiaľ viem, sa nemajú prečo posúvať, ani sa neposúvajú. Áno, to sa dá. Napríklad tú smart zásuvku stačí len dať, nemusíte ani žiadnu elektroinštaláciu rozkladať, iba dáte do zásuvky a tým pádom rovno sa vám tam zobrazuje, že koľko kilowattov ste spotrebovali. Áno? Myslím si, že na stránkach, ktoré predávajú smart systémy, určite nájde také štatistiky. Ja neviem, ale akože viem, že aj denník Gen teraz robil tým, že energetická kríza a všetko, tak robili sa rôzne články a prieskumy, že koľko sa dá ušetriť smart meračmi a vyhodnocovať to a tak ďalej. Čiže určite existujú také dáta, ale neviem teraz z hlavy. Áno. Uh-huh. Že akú mám skúsenosť s Home Assistantom, hej? Jasné, no my máme Home Assistant na 2 miestach, jeden doma, väčšinu toho, často dashboardu ste aj videli, napríklad rolety, že sa automaticky dávajú hore, dole, ráno sa zobudím na to, že idú hore rolety, večer sa automaticky dajú dole, tým, že máme exteriérové motorizované rolety, máme paláčové svetielka, vianočný stromček sme tak tiež potom nakoniec riešili, že keď to v kuse v noci zostávalo zapnuté, tak som to proste hodil na Home Assistant a sa to na surovo vždy o polnoci alebo tak nejako vyplo. Čiže ako keby, že s takýmito komponenty má skúsenosti a áno, že raz, dvakrát do roka sa stane, že to zblbne, väčšinou to stačilo na surovo celé odpojiť z elektriky a zapojiť a funguje to. V zásade, respektíve to je v zásade každé riešenie, čo som doteraz mal, že to zafungovalo, ale áno, že stane sa, že to zblbne, preto akože všetky svetlá v dome by som si na to nedával, ale akože na také veci, kde nevadí, že to na deň alebo dočasne vypadne, ako sú napríklad tie svetielka, tak je to v pohode. My máme napríklad aj zase u babky domček, zvonček takto nastavený na dome, že ako náhle niekto stlačí zvonček, tak cez Telegram príde notifikácia aj s fotkou, tým, že tam máme kameru nasmerovanú na bránku, teda príde automaticky správa s fotkou na Telegram, že niekto zazvonil pri dverách pri bránke. To neviem. Tým, že nemáme večko, tak takéto niečo som neriešil. Predpokladám, že asi bude niečo, ale neviem. Treba pozrieť v tých pluginoch. Akože celkovo ich je vyše 2000, áno. Áno? A značku... Aha, no väčšinou ja keď niečo robím, tak buď používam Tesonov alebo Shelly. Čím ďalej, tým viac vidím do Shelly, aj keď sú časti drahšie, ale akože je tam potom taká... Keď to náhodou vyhorí, tak predpokladám, že poisťovňa nebude tak škaredo na nás pozerať. Ale hej, to bol... Áno. To je ešte vlastne presne, to ste dobre spomenuli, že vlastne ten Sonoff aj Shelly, keď prídu, oni majú vlastný firmware, ale oni používajú ten čip ESP32 alebo ESP8266, čiže ja vlastne žiadno zariadenie, čo mám doma, to Sonoff alebo Shelly, tam není ten starý firmware, ale som si tam nahral ten ESP Home a tým pádom to je úplne lokálne a akože bezpečné. Ako stále čokoľvek sa dá hacknúť, keď to je pripojené k sieti, ale nejdú automaticky tie dáta nejakému third party providerovi do cloudu. Takže tak, čiže tie, alebo potom priamo ASPčka, že keď potrebujem napríklad tie žiarovky zapínať na Stromjacku, čo sú zase nízkoprúd 5 V, tak na to je najlepšie použiť priamo ten čip ESP32 a do toho nahrať ten firmware ESP Home a pripoja sa 3 kábliky, tam není žiaden silnoprúd, čiže netreba ani nejak veľmi riešiť krabicu okolo toho, nič. To sa dá nastaviť, samozrejme, že ako... Áno, to sa dá cez tie nastavenia, cez tie automatizácie nastaviť. Áno, alebo to pošle notifikáciu, alebo sa to rovno vypne, áno. V prípade takého svetla sa to kľudne môže asi vypnúť. Áno, presne. Dobre. Ešte nejaké ďalšie otázky? Ak nie, tak ďakujem za pozornosť.
Ďakujeme Marekovi za prezentáciu. Ďalšou bude Next Generation of Loyalty od MOL Group. Toto bola posledná prezentácia v slovenčine a opäť vyberieme troch. Ja budem teraz trošku neslušný, keďže sa nepoznáme. Chalan v Champion Mikine, potom tá hnedá košeľa a pán, ktorý mal najviac otázok. Buď listok na Beániu u chalanov, alebo Mikina stánok IBM, takže gratulujeme aj touto cestou. Posledná teda prednáška v slovenčine, nebojte sa pýtať aj v anglickom jazyku. Ďalším prednášajúcim bude Mate Bauer, spoločnosť MOL Group, takže určite sa máte na čo tešiť. Tak ak ste pripravení, určite môžete ísť na pódium. A myslím si, že to ocenia aj diváci, ktorí sú online, takže nemusíte sa báť, že tu je trošku pomenej ľudí, takže určite to bude sledovať viac. Takže Mate Bauer, nech sa páči, môžete.
I think the initial idea was that this will be in English, so let me try to make it in English. So let me introduce myself first. So my name is Mate Bauer. I'm coming from IBM. I've already spent here more than 15 years, or even more. Before that, I was working for another big corporation in the same brand. So let's jump into the topic what I would like to describe you today evening or afternoon. This is about the next generation of the loyalty and rewards programs in a light of the digital transformation and in a light of an exact example what we have implemented just recently for the MOL Group as one of our customers at IBM. So let me start the content with a very obvious question that what is digital transformation? Everyone is keep talking about the digital transformation, but maybe there are few people on this planet who really indeed knows what does this mean. So let's try to dig a little deeper into the topic. In order to explain it, and maybe to try to make a showcase, let me take an example, like a story. My father always used to tell me that if you are trying to explain someone something, it's always better to make it via a story, because the storytelling is raising the attention, and then this might bring the people closer to the topic what you're aiming to disclose. So let me tell you a background story of our journey. I don't know if you ever heard about the MOL or the MOL Group, which is a big Hungarian multinational company which is headquarters in Budapest in Hungary. They are operating in over 30 countries. They are employing over 25,000 employees, and they are working also as a retailer in 9 different countries within the CEE region. What you can see on this small map, it also includes our small Slovakian country, the Czech Republic, Slovenia, Croatia, Montenegro, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Serbia and Romania, and the headquarters is Hungary. So this is the MOL Group. Maybe you might know this company, the ones who are from here, from Slovakia, because of the Slovnaft brand, which belongs to the MOL Group since 2000, if I'm not mistaken, after the acquisition. So MOL has introduced the new digital transformation program in 2019, where they have initiated or started a big digital transformation within the consumer services retail business. And they have launched an RFP, which is a request for proposal. They were asking many other system integrators from the market who might be coming and helping them to improve their digitalization program. This digitalization program is based on multiple pillars. One of the key pillars is the loyalty and the loyalty solution. This is what I'm going to talk about. IBM, as one of the bidders for this RFP, has succeeded in this 2019-20ish, somewhere in January, where we have signed the contract. We were starting then with the release 1, early 2020, and since that time we have already signed an extension contract, and we were still keep working on other releases and rollouts. So we were starting initially with the INA Croatia, then we were moving to MOL Slovenia, and then we were heading for the target country, which was the headquarter within Hungary. And this was the first releases. The fourth release was something like a big change of the IT technology. So it wasn't targeting another new country, but we were doing some kind of a technological replatforming. And now we are working currently on the 2 most recent releases. It's a parallel release for the Czech MOL branch and for the Slovnaft in Slovakia. So there is some kind of a connection to this our local market too. So this is the first time I need to tell that I'm working for a customer. Since the Slovak Telecom engagement, what I was working very long time in the past, which is acting here, and I can experience myself any of the benefits or any of the values which this program is creating. So let's describe a bit that what we are doing here within this digital transformation. So that I was already talking about countries. I was already talking about the loyalty solution. What we were aiming to do is build up a so-called group template, a group template which is serving and which is used by the entire MOL group. And then later on, this can be used as a basis or baseline, a subject of a rollout to those different countries, which would be localized for the needs of that market, translated into that local languages. In case of different brand, it would be rebranded using that specific brand, and so on and so on. So, and in order to reach this point that we are already done and we have this group template, we had to achieve these first 3 and 4 releases, first 3 and then the 4th release. Then after the group template was done, we were starting just this plain rollouts, and now thanks to all of those capabilities and all of those assets and the fantastic work what the teams have done so far, we can do within a half-year interval approximately 2 country rollouts, which is, I think, with the size and the magnitude of this initiative, is quite a huge achievement. But this can happen only just because of the fact that there are approximately more than 50 people from IBM, and there are other 100 people approximately working in the entire program in order to achieve this. So it's a kind of a big initiative, but bringing really valuable results. So that's just how we are doing it. But what is this loyalty and how to build a customer loyalty, how to achieve that the customers are starting to be loyal towards a specific brand. This is one of the key questions of nowadays. And let me try to explain a bit that how we have approached this problem. So the classical loyalty programs were always buy something, I give you something, buy something, you will earn some points, very simple schemas. Buy something, I give you some points, you can burn these points. It is earn and burn concept. You might be familiar also across other different programs. So even now the Slovnaft MOL program, or Slovnaft Go program here in Slovakia is using the same principles. What is this changing from the roots as the entire solution? That the big change is that now it's not this earn and burn concept, but how to reward the customers, how to get them engaged, how to motivate them, how to bring them more frequently to the gas stations, how to make the basket size bigger. So how to reward those customers in a way what they will find as a valuable reward from this side. So here we have built a totally different approach to make the customers loyal. But what we are offering to those customers? What are these rewards? These rewards can be some flat rewards that we are giving to everyone, or these rewards can be also some personalized. These personalized rewards are becoming very, very important nowadays because everyone is keen to receive something which is really suited to today or their specific needs. So these personalized messages, personal offers, which are suiting and which is a perfect fit for them. But how to reach with those offers and messages to the customers? You will need to have a kind of so-called omnichannel. This used to be a buzzword a few years ago, but that's really the case. That if we are telling to the customers via the mobile application, the same content we need to also share with them, also via the web page, also if they are calling the customer care, or if they are doing whatever other interaction, they would always need to receive the same experience, the same content via whatever channel. So that's the third pillar, and the fourth pillar, that how this is happening, the technological wise, how this is being achieved. This is achieved by using some kind of a modern, I can call it also some sexy tools, what we are using for the implementation, which are very, very well known nowadays within the CRM domain, the customer relationship management domain, within the marketing domain, the customer hub domain, within the loyalty domain, and the master data management domain. So this is the technological part, but I will be talking about this a little bit later. So let me switch a bit to the program itself, so the reward part of the program. So how we can reward the customer, how the customer can be important for a company who is providing services and products. So what we have invented here is a tier-based benefit. So the customers are not collecting points, but they are collecting points in order to receive or to reach a different and higher tier. So for example, I'm using here a specific example, which is talking about I think this is in Hungary, where we are calling them basic tier green, then there's silver, gold, and then there's VIP tier. And among these different tier levels, the customers are receiving higher and higher recognition and higher value of the rewards and benefits and discounts and some free services and the better quality of service. So this is motivating the customers to collect more points and then to reach that next level. Even the VIP is formulated in a way that we are not sharing the details with the customers, that what will be the final set of benefits within the VIP. They just get it once they are reaching the golden state, and then afterwards we are communicating. So this is some kind of a mystery around this, so the people or the customers are not really aware. So this is the tier paid benefits. Then we are also targeting it with specific marketing messages. There are marketing messages which are generic, I was already referring to this, and then the personalized ones. So these personalized ones are the most important. However, I need to tell that within the CE, within the Central Eastern Europe, the ratio is still more generic messages and less personalized. And the reason behind this is that it costs more. More we are trying to personalize something, it costs more of time, it costs more of resources, it costs more of development to reach that point. But we are moving there. So like a year ago, the overall ratio was something 80 to 20. Now the ratio has moved something 20 to 30. And we are hoping and aiming that this is going to swap later on, maybe in a year or two interval. So more personalized messages, less flat messages to the customers, which would be really targeting their needs. But how? Their needs. So based on their previous purchase experience, based on their behavior, based on which gas stations they are visiting, and so on, we try to collect many of these data aspects, and then based on these, trying to reach out to the customer. The other level of the customer engagement is so-called, we are calling it gamification. The gamification is something on top of the offer. In many cases, that's a simple offer. But how we are showing that offer? I'm not just receiving an email or a push notification to my mobile application that, hello, this is your free coffee. But let's make it in a game type of an aspect. So let's let the customer to open the application, make some kind of a scratching event or movement or something, which is attracting the customers. People are crazy about winning. So we have made some studies which was clearly showing that the winning concept is raising the attention and the motivation to be part of such initiatives, like not doubling, but tripling the participation. So for example, the scratch card model is that you are opening the same coupon what you would be also receiving, but you are just scratching it and then suddenly you see what you have already received, but you have a feeling that you are winning, which is motivating the people. Like from scratching aspect, I have some statistics, like in Hungary, 90% of the scratch cards which are distributed across the entire customer base are scratched. 90. Can you imagine that there is another email which will be opened with an open ratio of 90%? There's no chance. But receiving something into the mobile application because there is a winning concept of the same gift or the reward what they are getting, just because of the scratching, they are getting crazy about this and everyone is scratching and they're winning the same. But that's one of the aspects, so gamification. The next pillar is the next best offer, what we are using for those customers where we see certain either a higher purchase ratio, or we are observing or experiencing some kind of a churn behavior. So churn means that some customers who used to visit us, who used to make bigger baskets, now they are most probably leaving to the competency or to the competitors, and then they are not coming and visiting and spending their money, even for the same set of services what they obviously keep using, because everyone is driving, everyone is eating, everyone is drinking. So we are trying to make some kind of a next best offers based on the previous customer behavior. And then we are using this for some kind of a churn event. So let me move to the next slide, which is describing the life cycle of a basic customer. This is a very simple, how we are, since the registration, how we are reaching the next tier. If you remember, I was talking about the tiers are being reached thanks to the points what the customers have collected based on their transactions, based on their behavior. So how they are reaching from the first registration point of view till the next level. So let's start with the point 1, which is the registration. The customer is receiving certain kind of a welcome package. Within this welcome package, they can choose what product they would prefer. There's some kind of a free product, free coffee or cappuccino, some whatever they wish to have as some kind of a basic gift. This is a motivation for them to fill out the registration. And thanks to this, we are collecting their data. Thanks to this, they are downloading the application. Thanks to this, they are allowing us to work with their data and follow certain kind of their customer behavior. So that's the welcome reward. Then afterwards, we are launching the first full campaign, the second full campaign, which is giving some kind of a discounts over the falling price. So the list price, what you can see on all of those totems, is being deducted by a certain amount of money. So this is a motivation for, especially for those ones who are driving a lot. Then we are sending out some type of campaigns to these customers that, look, dear customer XYZ, if you would be providing some additional details about you, enriching your profile, we would be giving you some other benefits in a form of points or whatever other rewards. Thanks to these additional collected information, we can do a better segmentation. Thanks to this data, we can target those customers in a more efficient way. Then there is another initiative which is running since the last release and a half, which is a feedback after the purchase. Each time if the customer is leaving the cashier, was paying at the gas station, is leaving, there is an option, maybe you have seen these also at the airport toilets, evaluating the quality of the service with those smiley faces and so on, which is also giving us a very good feedback on how the gas stations and the service stations are being operated. So the next thing is that maybe if someone is just filling the car, they are not buying any hot drinks or beverages or any food and so on, then we are trying to send out to them some other type of promotions which are related to the set of products what they are not purchasing at all. Then once the customer is reaching the certain threshold, which is on the halfway to reach the next tier, we are calling it mid-tier. This is also like a halfway motivation, again giving some kind of a gift to the customer. The scratch card I was already mentioning and describing. There's another concept of the referrals, how to bring more. So we are giving some kind of a benefits to the customers if they are so nice and kind that they are sharing the application, or they are sharing their good experience, and they are bringing some new customers. There's happy birthday, someone is getting some additional points just because of the fact that he has or she has provided his or her birth date, and then we are also rewarding. And then if everything goes fine, then the customer is reaching the silver tier, and then it goes, and we are trying to attract them and asking them to spend more money and coming to more frequently to our stations. So that's the business part. But what is behind? What is behind? I was already telling you that I was mentioning these service station or gas stations. Even this is a huge change in the way of having a look at the gas stations nowadays. They are not calling it these as gas stations anymore. They are calling it service station. They are calling it service station because you can not just to fuel your car or buy chocolate, but that's a service station where you can wash your car, where you can get a barista coffee, where they can provide you many different additional services, what usually you could not. Maybe just a question, do you know by any chance, and my colleagues can't answer from the same project, who is the biggest coffee retailer within CE region? The biggest coffee retailer, like a hot beverage drink, like a coffee, what you can already drink, not from automats, but coffee. Who is selling the most coffees within the entire Central Eastern Europe? It's MOL. It's MOL Group who is selling the most. They are still selling more than 10 times than Starbucks. It's like a huge volume. So they have recognized that not their main business, which was the gas and the gasoline and all of these petroleum products, is one of the core portfolio. But they had to extend this with additional services. Now you can see in the bigger gas stations, they are also offering this barista coffee and all of these things. Even the level and the quality of that coffee is increasing, and they're paying any attention to this. So the experience of the customers at the service stations is one of our key goals. How this is being achieved: customer is coming, peeping their loyalty card. The cashier can already see who is this customer, from what tier it is this customer is coming from, all of these details. So they can already see this is whom they are dealing with. Also, how to motivate the cashiers to do their job better. We have introduced something what is called employee benefit program. Employee benefit is motivating the employees to do their job better, and they are getting some kind of a benefits and rewards because of this. I was already talking about the omni-channel, the multi-channel approach, what we are using, the mobile application, the website, and all of the emails and the SMS and Viber communications, which are always cross-aligned between all of the initiatives. There are three different life cycles or three different stages within the life cycle of the customer. There's a customer acquisition, while we are collecting and gathering all these customers during the registration. There is a second stage, how we are keep motivating and active them. So it means that how we are pushing them to spend more and come and to use the program and to buy products and services from us. And then the third aspect is how to manage and maintain the retention, what I was already talking about, the churn. But because of the sake of time, I would be rather moving to another slide, which is what is behind the scene. So now I was talking about the loyalty program, I was talking about some kind of schemas, some of the rewarding aspects, how to motivate the customers, but how? This sounds maybe very easy, giving some points, tiers, these benefits, coupons, that, but what is behind this? And that part is which is not really easy, and that's not a trivial thing. So it is a very simple drawing. It's really like a simplified drawing. We have different users. We have the customers, we have the sales hosts, who are the cashiers and the guys who are working at the gas stations. We have the operations team who is operating the solution. We have call center agents, we have loyalty managers who are configuring all of the loyalty tier benefits program, coupons, vouchers, and all of these aspects. So there are many types of end users. They are all interacting with different applications, different layers, so different aspects of the solution. I was already mentioning the mobile application. I was already talking about the web portal, what we are using, and the customers can reach out to their profiles. I wasn't talking about the call center. So we are also providing a service which is enabling the call center agents to see all of the data about the customer. So if someone is calling that, look, my last purchase is not shown via my application, I haven't received these points, I haven't received my benefit, I haven't received these, there's a complaint or there's whatever, the customer care agents can take care of. The POS is the point of sale. This is how we are calling the cashier machines at the gas stations. The ITSM portal is a totally different thing, but we are using the same landscape for that. So that's just really like an additional thing. And the key component, just really in a nutshell to mention, we are using a Microsoft-based custom solution for the iOS and the Android-based applications, which is connected to our backend via mobile gateway. This mobile gateway is connected via middleware, which is an orchestration layer. This is MuleSoft. MuleSoft is coming also from Salesforce. This has also different components. There are some queuing mechanisms, there are some standalone services, and there is also a heavy usage of the Mule Cloud Hub API base. We are using also something which is not Salesforce related. This is from Informatica. We are using it for the data migration, the data quality purposes. This is called IDQ. Then coming to the most important components, which is the CRM and the marketing. Within the CRM, we are using master data management. We are using customer portal, service, loyalty management, all of these aspects I was talking about. And then we are using Marketing Cloud, which is one other product from Salesforce, which is acting as a distribution hub, a communication hub, via which we can reach to our customers, sending all of the SMSs, all of the Viber messages, all of the emails. Anything which goes out to our customers goes through this marketing communication hub, which is the Marketing Cloud from Salesforce. And there's another component which is called CDP, but this is really a detail. I do not want to really spend more time on this. So I think that was behind the scene. So that was the technology which is behind all of these business aspects. So now there's no more for me than just to say thank you, and hoping that you are still not getting so bored. And maybe if there are any kind of questions, then yes. No, it would be gambling if there is an odds that you are winning, because of the fact that we are using here everyone is winning, so it's just a way of distribution, a way of representation. It's not a winning concept anymore, so it's not like a lottery type of thing. If there's a lottery, like there's another initiative which is running, we are calling it Big Prize Winning Game. It's running twice a year, seasons like in usually end of summer and then somewhere in the spring, where the customers can win cars, and that's really a lottery type of a thing. That's a totally different aspect, because that has to be under the legal arbitrary control of the notary, I don't know, associations and everything like this. So that's a different aspect. But the simple scratch card is just a way of visualization. Other ones? No, for this there is no regulation. There is no regulation. No. Because there is no this winning concept, yes?
How Mold is assessing the success of the whole concept of engaging customer in terms of the long-term business? So how much the loyalty program is influencing the whole.
Yes, a very good question. That's a very good question. So they can, because of the fact, if you remember, I was showing that map. There are countries where their new loyalty is already implemented and rolled out, and there are countries where there's an old, that we are calling first generation. And there was a country like in Croatia where there was no loyalty at all. So we have historical benchmarks of all of the type of alternatives, and it's easily comparable, where we can see that how big is the influence. And for example, I can share it with you. It will be coming public hopefully in the next weeks, that thanks to the new loyalty program, they are 70% higher the transactions and the basket and the volume what is spent if compared to the solution where there is no loyalty. So 70, and compared to the first generation of the loyalty, it was 40. So it's still a significant jump just because of this recognition program, the way how the people are getting more engaged and how the rewarding program is constructed and what benefits it's bringing. So it's measurable and it has a significant impact. It has a significant impact. So let me check because colleagues were telling me that I might need to switch back to the here. Is this the? Nothing. So then I think we are done. Thanks for your patience. Thanks for your time.
So thanks, Mate, for this lecture. Now we are continuing smoothly to another lecture, which is Digital Sales as a Future of Selling. Our lecturer will be Kristina Odincová. So we will have just 2-3 minutes and then we can start. So I hope you will enjoy this one as there before. So I think we are already set up and we are ready to welcome our next speaker, which is Kristina Odincová. She's working in digital sales over 6 years and now worked as digital sales for CE in Russia and now she is team leader and responsible for renewal management. So please welcome Kristina. Enjoy the lecture and the stage is yours.
Hello guys. Just a second. So I was already introduced, but I will do it for the second time. So I'm Kristina Odincová. I'm working in IBM in digital sales for the 6 years. Before I have been in IBM for 2 years. So in overall it's 8 years for me in IBM. I'm not Slovak. I'm coming from Latvia. It's very, very teeny country next to the Baltic Sea. And I'm here for the 10 years. Today you heard a lot of information about IBM. You also know that the IBM has a lot of products. They have storages, power, solution, cloud, and everything. And how these products come to the end users. So probably someone needs to sell it somehow, and that the customer will get there. And usually, it's not a lot about salespeople. Salespeople are not known. They don't know that we are existing, but we are. We are something like a dark horses, and we are never presenting ourselves or somehow. But before we will come to the topic of the digital sales, I would like to share with you some historical fact about the IBM and the sales. Actually, the sales in the traditional way as a sales was founded by Thomas Watson in IBM, because he noticed that without no sales, there is no business. And he started to motivate people to work and do the sales job, actually. Because before Thomas Watson found that the sales job was treated as a bad job. It was a job for not educated people, and usually the sales job was done in US, for example, by immigrants. It's, for example, before the Thomas Watson started with that, the all sales job was done by the Chinese immigrants who came to US to build a railway around the US, and Watson has changed it. And his idea of the motivation, education, and taking the best people on board brought it at the moment when we are. So this is kind of the historical background of the salespeople, and we will start with the sales at this. So all of you know that there is B2B sales and B2C sales. Like, there are more actually, but we will stick to this. B2C sales. What is that? Each of us face it. Digital B2C sales. Everyone saw it every day. Advertisement, pop-ups, mails, like previous speakers said about the mall group, emails, and so on. It's all about the digital selling from business to customer. But what about from business to business? All we remember the times that the salespeople supposed to run around the customers, travel a lot, speak with the customers, make real meetings, stay on the meeting rooms for the few hours, but it's changed. It's changed when the companies said, okay, we need somehow to spend less time with the travel and to be as much better as we can. And here we come with a difference. Like in the digital sales, there is no face-to-face meetings. In digital sales, we are trying to do everything what is over phone, LinkedIn, internet, via internet connection. Why? It's more confident. Me, for example, like in my previous job role, I was doing sales for Russia. I'm located in Bratislava, and it was possible. I was working every day with my customers because of the digitalization. All the meetings were held via Zoom, in the past times, now via WebEx, via Skype, via WhatsApp, via LinkedIn, and so on and so on. So you have a lot of options how to communicate what you need to the end user and to the customer. So basically, Gartner analyzed the data for the last years and said, in the 2025, 80% of the B2C sales will gonna happen only in the digital way. So let's come to the approach of the digital sales to the customers. So usually, before trying to sell something to the customer, we need to analyze the customer. IBM using for that some systems which we cannot share a lot, but usually in that systems we have a deep analytics of the customer, what they are using, and so on and so on. After, based on that, you can create a content for that. So you can go to LinkedIn, connect with the customer on the LinkedIn, you can search for the customer, connect with that, and start to speak about something. Or there is other option, if you plan to do any campaign, like for some special product, which we are trying to sell right now, you can do a lot of content on your LinkedIn page, connect with the people, and the people will saw your content. So it comes to the point that based on your content, you will be connected to more people, and it will bring to you to the moment that you can speak on LinkedIn, just send a message, okay, maybe you're interested, blah, 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 or something like that, or to call to the customer, and that's it. Usually, for that, our teams are creating a lot of video content. Basically, we have a green room. All of you know this green wallpaper, which is used in the movies, and usually all kind of the video content is created over there, and we are trying to distribute, as I said, via different channels. It can be LinkedIn, Facebook, and so on. What is next? You need to arrange a meeting with the customer. Before, you were traveling. You were traveling like to the business trips to Russia, like me, for example. I was going out there by plane and so on. And after, we decided there's no need for that. We are fully digitalized right now. Even every customer now tries to be as much digital as the customer can be. Because usually CIOs don't want to spend the time on the meetings. It's boring to sit in the meeting room for 2 hours. And usually CIOs, what is the benefit of being too much digital? They are also scrolling the Facebook, LinkedIn, even Instagram. They're the same people as we are. And you still can post the content there. Coming to the point why it's a future. No one want to spend time on the meetings. 1, 2 hours, 3 hours. Why you need to be there? You can scroll, you can read, you can get in touch, you can send an email. You can schedule a meeting for any time you need. I was a sales, and I had some customers on the Vladivostok. The Vladivostok, it's a city located very close to the China. So from Bratislava, it's like 10 hours of the time difference. And you need to speak with these people. So we can schedule a meeting for any time the customer would like to have, to hold it via WebEx, fully via WebEx, agreed on everything that the customer needs from IBM that we would like to propose. And the same digitally, to sign the contract. But if we would not digitalize our process, can you imagine I will go from Bratislava to Vladivostok? It's 26 hours by plane, 26 pure time of the traveling. After I need to meet with the customer to create the documents for them somewhere on site, or to go back to Bratislava and travel again to sign it. It's a nightmare. So now, thanks to the tools which IBM is using, we can speak with any customer, with any location, around the world actually, because from Bratislava sales center, when I'm working, we are covering whole CEE, including EET countries and also some CIS countries. So it's like Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, Georgia, and some other. And everything is done from here, from Bratislava. So we are not traveling, everything is fully digitalized. And actually, it's working. You don't need to be on site. You just need to start to use digital tools. Even that before, the people like sending a million emails from the mailbox. Okay, the advertisement, okay, come and buy something from us, guys. You don't need to do it anymore. We have a digital tools which allows us to send one email to all the customers, just changing the name and surname. Actually, the tool will do it for you. So you will just send a lot of emails, you will do advertisement, and that's it. And from my perspective, it's a future for the business, because now we are facing that future as a customer, as I do. Like as if I'm buying, I don't know, I'm buying the clothes from Zara, let's say. They're like really super digital. You can buy everything, you can get everything, you are getting advertisement, they're reminding you, hey guys, we are here, don't forget to buy something for us. The big companies are doing actually now. Hey guys, we are here, don't forget about us, we are ready to serve you in any place you're located. Okay, here are our videos, here the contract if you would like to have it now, you can sign it electronically, we'll do everything like electronically, and so on and so on. So this is the future which we are trying to be. We are trying not spend too much our time for that, not trying to spend not the time of the customer, because the customer time is very important. Okay, our time as a sales is also important, but we need to try to get at the point that we need to save the customer time with all the digital campaigns which we are running. I don't know how to tell more about that. But maybe I can speak around a bit the Bratislava Center, which we have over here. We speaking over here for, I think, 30 different languages in Bratislava. So that's, I said, we are doing sales around the whole Europe with the local languages and only doing it in the way of digitalization. So every year we are trying to be way better than we are now. We are implementing the tools, we are implementing the new campaigns, the new approach. We are trying to grow as the market grows and continue with improving of the digital experience of the people. Probably that's it that I would like to speak about this, just to let you know that the future is coming. It's not only about us as the end users buying everything online, it's also about the customers which are trying to get everything online as we do. They're also like the time saving as we do, not to spend the time on the meetings. Maybe you have any questions to me? Sure. Like we do with the Instagram. Oh, yeah. Usually, when we create the content, first of all, we are trying to be connected with the people who is interested in our content, for like in LinkedIn. Usually, it's CIOs of the company. It's first, and maybe also engineers or some data center owners. And we're trying to suit our contact with hashtags. Like normally, like on Instagram, but you are doing it in a different way to avoid the scrolling. Also, we are trying to do the videos. For example, we are creating video content for them. That your video would be interesting. The beginning is interesting. And so some pictures, some kind of the advertisement, but it's online. And of course, by the end of the video or below, okay, hey, contact me. I can help you. So I'm here. So usually it's done in that way. Any more questions? Oh, this is a good question. I hope one day the IBM will be there. but not now. We will try to be there. I think some people will appreciate to see us there. Any more questions? Sure. I think it will not. For these 2 years of pandemic, all of us spent a lot of time at home. Me personally, during pandemic, I was working still as a salesperson, and my customers was appreciating that. Like everything was done on WebEx. And actually now, when I was finishing my sales role over here and moved to the higher position, the people, like the companies I know is from my team members, they're still trying to have this. They don't want to meet them personally. Even the customers which we have in Slovakia, like For example, one of the customers is Tatra Banka, and they didn't want to meet like face to face because the office of IBM is over here and the office of Tatra Banka is on Hodžove námestie, and they proposed to meet online. Because he can stay at home, he don't need to change the outfit, he can just put a black t-shirt, he will look fine. He don't need to spend the time for travel. It's first point. You don't need to travel for the office. And you're okay. You feel good, you put your coffee mug, your favorite coffee mug on the table, you can speak with the sales rep. Any more questions for that? Okay, there is no more questions. If you will still have any questions, in the program you can find my name and the surname. You can find me in the LinkedIn, of course, or Facebook if you want, and you can ask additional questions over there. Or maybe you will be interested in what is happening in Digital Sales Center in Bratislava, so everything can be visible there. I'm trying to post it. Okay, thank you, and enjoy the rest of the day. Bye.
So thanks, Christina. We had 2 questions, I think. So if you are interested in our prizes, which are tickets on Biania or hoodie from IBM, you should check on our table. That's all for me for now. And the other lecture will be Beyond Simple PFP, what is the point of NFTs? And the lecturer will be Martin Nielsen. So are you here? Okay, welcome. Yeah, we have to set up you with the guys back. So then you could come back and I will introduce you.
If I shout, can you hear me okay?
Okay, it's okay.
There we go. Let's do it this Wednesday.
Okay, so welcome Martin Nielsen. He is a consultant helping clients with their digital transformations. He started his own personal crypto journey in 2017. And now he is absolutely into NFTs. So we will set up your presentation and then I think everything will be ready.
So I have one slide, so you don't need to do that as well. Do you prefer if I stand up here or if I'm down here? Because I feel like I would be down on you, you know? I'm not, trust me. Become our own banks. Do all of those different things and really restructure how power should be looking like. Instead of having one person, it becomes community-based. And so every couple of years, so I've been doing, or I've been in what we call now digital assets, because God forbid we call it cryptocurrencies, since 2016. I was investing
Bitcoin is looking is exactly that of Amazon. It follows it to perfection. So what is happening in the space of cryptocurrencies is we misunderstand, and I'm happy that I'm talking to people that are technically savvy, because you will appreciate what I'm saying now, I hope, is we confuse the concept of what we're trying to do from a technology perspective with price speculation. Price speculation means it must go up. Technology means it solves a problem. Now, what problem does the blockchain solve? It solves the issue we have in today's society with I must trust you. I must trust the government. I must trust that you have my interest at heart, and maybe you actually live up to my trust, or maybe you don't, and if you don't, I'm screwed. We move away from that behavior into a completely different society where I don't have to trust you, because with the blockchain, I can verify you. And with the verification, I can use a basic binary setup, which is if then, black, white, 1, 0. If a condition is met, something will happen. If that condition is not met, nothing will happen. That's what I can solve with the blockchain. And so that's what we're trying to do with cryptocurrencies, with digital assets. And while it is the wild, wild west, there's no doubt about it. Because we have very limited regulations. Because people confuse this whole thing about price speculation with what the technology does and can do. We have politicians that are looking at it and thinking, oh, we can get more tax out of it, but we don't understand the technology. So we should make some laws that follows banking systems. But banking systems is not based on solving problems through cryptography. It is not. It is a business model, and we're based on technology. They're fundamentally different. And so we have a legacy system over here that's trying to regulate a new system that makes no sense. And so there's a clash. Now, here's the thing that becomes very interesting, which is with NFTs. NFTs, what we're thinking of, and I will forgive all of you if you're thinking the same thing, is a picture of a monkey, right? A monkey bought a yacht club that cost $500,000. You pay $500,000 for a pig, for a JPEG? Oh my God. And the other person is going to say, yeah, because the price will go up. Because there's scarcity. So I pay $500,000 and it will go to $1 million. And see, now we're back in the conversation that even the non-fungible tokens, the NFT, becomes price speculation. People don't know what NFTs are. They don't understand what tokenization means. And so now they're saying, prices goes down, it must be dead. But what is happening with tokenizations is things that you cannot in your wildest imagination even consider. Let me give you an example. Any of you ever heard about a bunch of politicians in Slovakia that faked that they actually had a degree from university? Yeah? Somebody knows about it, right? You heard about it. Somebody agreed that, yeah, you have a degree. They didn't have it. What if we can not trust that you have a degree, but we can verify whether you have it or not? What if we can do it differently? What if we can verify that you graduated from first year of school, second year, third year, 10th year, then you went to university, then you did this, then here's your test results. What if we can tokenize everything security, right? What if we get hacked? What if we get hacked? God forbid we get hacked. And then you can say, well, Bitcoin has never been hacked. Yeah, but that's because we don't have quantum computing. Well, we do have quantum computing. Right? IBM has quantum computing. Several companies, Google has quantum computing. Still, it hasn't been hacked. I'm not here to talk about the security of it, but let's imagine for 1 second that the security builds a system that allows us to run these things. Then anything in your life can be tokenized and verified. Other people can be tokenized, not people, sorry. Data, information can be tokenized, and I can verify it. What about if I buy a car? What if I buy an apartment? I have to trust that you're not trying to lie to me, or you're trying to scam me out of things. What if I can verify the data about when the car was produced, accidents that the car had, kilometers that it's been driving, how many times it's been to service, all of these things. That there is also what NFTs are. So what we're looking at right now is NFTs is price speculation. And what we should be looking at is NFTs are everything but price speculation. Because price will go up and price will go down. Show me one stock, one commodity, one investment that only goes up, and I'll tell you it's a Ponzi scheme. Nothing only goes up. Laws of physics tells you what? It goes up, it must go down, right? And so we know that. And so the problem we have is that we don't understand the concept, yet we judge it. And while we are developers, and we are technologists, and we are into cryptocurrencies, and we're into all of these things, we go, I could try to explain it to you, but I can't really give you the brain to understand it. That's our dilemma. And so what we're doing is we continue to develop over here, and we are constantly being told digital currencies, digital assets is dead. NFTs are dead. And we go, sure it is. Okay. While so many more things are being built and created every day, where literally it is mind-blowing. What about transactions? Bank to bank. What about that? How long time does it take you to send a transaction from Tatra Banka to Cheso Bay?
1 minute.
And how long time does it take you during the weekend? Right? Cryptocurrencies can do it instantaneously. So what cryptocurrency is to the world right now is what Amazon was to the bookstore, the physical bookstore. The physical bookstore had rules and limitations because they have opening hours. Amazon took that and threw it out the window and said, we're open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days. Whenever you want to buy, we're here for you. Cryptocurrencies, tokenization, all of these things allows you to build business models that runs non-stop. That is not, I wouldn't say, that are not corrupted by politicians, by greed. They are. You have FTX that just collapsed now. But what we have is, there's no government bailouts. There's no government coming and saying, we will control you. Because it goes back to decentralization. If it's robust, if you have a community behind it, if you have people that are using it, it will continue to grow. If you have use cases, if you are like VET that is looking at revolutionize how the supply chain management is working, what they're finding out is that supply chain management, as we know, is inefficient. And what does that mean? Imagine you are buying a product in Bratislava. In Bratislava, you go to the shop and you buy in Bratislava. This is a story, right? This is something that we found from the US. Imagine that the product that you buy in Bratislava was produced in Stupava. Okay? So far, so good. But imagine instead of sending it from Stupava to Bratislava, they send it to Košice first. And then from Košice, they send it to Budapest. And then from Budapest, eventually they send it back to Bratislava. That's what happens with our supply chain, because it's inefficient. traveling life of an avocado to prove the point, is that it has to be barcode scanned every time it stops. And so that documented the whole journey, and they realized, well, hang on just a second. If we take the direct distance between point A to point B, city A to point city B, that's the straight line here. Follow highways and all these things. This is the direction. How on earth is it possible that it's going like this? And every time it's delays, it's people handling it. And so they found out that 90% of the price pays for that. But guess who had a problem? The people that are making money on that process, or the people that are buying the product? Not the people that are making money on it, obviously, because they're making a lot of nice money on it. But who's paying for it? The consumer. And guess what happened when the consumer all of a sudden found out that they're overpaying for a product because of an ineffective process? Now that's the utilities behind tokenization. Tokenization of everything, data points. So, before I finish, to those of you that are from a technology background, your future has never been more bright. Because we are moving away from a subjective-led world where I feel, I think, and I guess into a future that is all about being data-driven, that is being process mined, that is being optimized based on your data sets, applying massive amount of technology like we've never done before because that is available, and tokenizing the hell out of that process to make sure that people don't get screwed over constantly. Because people are, frankly speaking, I don't know about you, but frankly speaking, are tired of it. Running and paying and overpaying for things that you, in your good logic and intuition, know is really, really bad. And so for me, one of the things that got me into cryptocurrencies to begin with in the first place was not about making money, right? Because I still work in IBM, so obviously it didn't work out for me. But so my background is not technology. It's not. My background is banking. So I used to be one of the bad guys. I used to work in investment finance. I used to take your money and I used to red or black, green, I don't know, let's toss it or something and see if it blows up or we make money on it. And if we lose, well, read your terms and conditions. You can't blame me. You trusted in me. Sorry. And so I started studying money, how money is working, how banking is working, how government organizations and all of these things are working. And I thought to myself, well, hang on just a second. How is it possible that the bank makes up to 20% on my money, but they pay me less than 1%? Where's the other 19% going? Well, they're going to bonuses, they're going to salaries, they're going to buildings, they're going to marketing, they're going to all of these different things. And then there was somebody that at one point said, imagine you could become your own bank. That here's your money that you've earned, and that you decide that you give it to somebody that needs it, and then you can make an escrow agreement of interest rates. Say, I'm sorry, I don't get that, but that's illegal. And the answer was, no, that's decentralization. And I fell in love with that. We are in the very early days of what will happen. And I guarantee you that at least 50% of you, or your friends, will get involved in these things, one way or another. You will end up working for a company like ours, IBM, that is heavily focusing on cryptology, security, quantum computing, and blockchain. We have whole teams that are working on these things. IBM, just to put it into perspective, to see that it's slicing machines and what have you, but we categorize that as a technology company. We've been around for more than 100 years. You don't stay in technology for more than 100 years if you cannot predict with a certain level of accuracy what's going to be the next big thing. For IBM, the next big thing is not that we are thinking now, it's going to be blockchain. We thought about blockchain 5 years ago. We are actively working with the Stellar, so XLM community. We're working with their work, money transfer, clearance houses. And although it's very small in terms of how we publicize it and how we promote it, we are very, very active with our developers there. Why is a company that does $76 billion of revenue annually investing in crypto technology if it's going to go away? Why? That makes no sense. No sense whatsoever. You think a company that has quarterly dividends, that have stakeholders, that have owners, they get to take hundreds of millions of dollars and say, could you open the window because I'm going to throw the money out the window? You don't get to do that. If we can't maximize our profit on our investments, we don't do it. What about Google? Anybody heard about Google? Google just signed an agreement that they're going to be a validator for Solana. It was just out in the media a couple of days ago. Anybody heard about that? Anybody heard about the $200 million development fund that Disney signed with Polygon, Matic? It was out in the media a month ago. No? And it's going to go away. Zuckerberg and his metaverse, he put more than $1 billion into it. You think it's going to go away? Virtual reality, Oculus, it's all part of the plan. Metaverse. How is the metaverse functioning? Cryptology, blockchain, all of it. Engine, Gala, Mana, Cheese, all of it. EFI, all of it. Cryptocurrencies, blockchain technology. You want to be a game developer? Great, cool, fantastic. How is it going to happen in the future? Blockchain. You will be working with soul-bound technology. You have the skins of one character in one program that will follow you to another program and transfer easily without any problem in the future. It's going to happen. You invest money into your Minecraft character, that money you will be able to transfer over to another game via the blockchain. Because it's all running right now on Ethereum. That's coming. You want to do banking? Okay. Digital cryptocurrencies, right? Digital cryptocurrencies, or what we like to say, the root to all evil is G7. You know G7, right? A bunch of countries led by the UK and all of these. They're having a meeting coming up very soon. Their own government currency. And you still think that cryptocurrencies is going to go away? They're not going to go away. But you will have two things. You will have the advocate of centralization, a government that will control you, and then you will have the semi-anarchist like myself that will say, keep that, I will take my freedom and my decentralization anytime. Because I don't want to trust this, because I don't trust you now. I want to verify everything with whoever wants to join. Our community here is much larger and much smarter than that community over there. Because we wrote the codes. They're just trying to leverage it. They still haven't figured out how it works. And they won't. Because the ones that are building it there, they're not as good as the ones that are building here. Fast closing comment. Why do you think that the metaverse that Mark Zuckerberg and Facebook is trying to make is not working? Because nobody wants to build it for him. Because nobody likes Facebook. Decentralization and looking at a company like Facebook that is a cesspool of toxicity, negativity, cyberbullying, and what have you, I'm going to make that a metaverse? Of course I'm not. I'm going to make a metaverse where there are rules. And that rules is not controlled by one man, but it's controlled by the community. You decide. You vote is not democracy. This here is. And so that there won't work. This here will. Because go back to the 70s, the 80s, even the 60s, and start with technology as well. If you're studying mathematics, whatever you are, study wisdom of the crowd. Study that. Study democracy. Even if you're technical, study that. Study how it works. And you will see this one can never work. That one is your only chance of us actually getting something better than what we have right now. And what we have right now is pretty shit. NFTs is the next layer of what Bitcoin was 2007, 2008. It's the next layer. And while I'm a huge believer in what NFTs is and what it can do and what it eventually will do, I'm also very, very aware of the fact that it is, as I mentioned, the wild, wild west out there. You have a lot of bad actors in it, you have a lot of bad players in it, you have a lot of megalomaniacs, psychopaths, sociopaths, greedy people, you have all of that. You have all of that. But every time you have one person like that, the community, through actions and activities, flushes that arsehole out. And so we lose money, we lose trust, we might lose respect, but we rebuild and we rebuild every time stronger and stronger and stronger. Cryptocurrencies is not there. NFTs is only in the baby stages. And you, I hope, with me, will define what's going to come next. Now, there's a blue screen behind me, so I don't know if I'm talking to Russia or who I'm talking to. Does anybody have any questions? Yes?
Can you please explain? So you were telling that
NFTs.
NFT is some kind of a baby, it's very small. Why the price is so high?
Because you are defining it differently. So NFTs comes in a couple of ways that you have to think about it. A is price speculation. If there's a natural scarcity on something, there exists only one Mona Lisa, and there are 10 people that want to buy it, price will go off. Because they will compete about who owns it.
Okay.
Now, so that's price speculations. That's one thing. The second thing you have to look at is ignore price speculation. Don't think of the price for now. Imagine that you buy something because it gives you something. There's a utility behind it. And that utility could be whatever you want it to be. It could be that it will help you invest. It could be that it will help you become a better parent. It could help you, whatever it could be. So there's a utility behind it as well. So there's price speculation, one thing, there's a utility behind it as well. And then there's also the aspect of art. And so, one thing that many people don't understand is that we also have pure and simple art, paintings. Not a monkey like mine, not like that. But you have, like, literally the same style, Cubism, Modernism, all of those types, you have people doing that digitally as well. And so, what are you buying? Well, you're buying art because you love it. And you don't necessarily buy it because you want to sell it. You buy it because you want to own it. And that's it. And so, if you buy something but you won't own it, not because you do price speculation, the whole conversation about NFTs becomes different. Right? And so, we typically understand it with the price must go up because of something. No, it mustn't. It could, but it doesn't have to. Right?
Because I'm just trying to compare when it was like, let's say, 2007 and Bitcoin was a baby. The price of Bitcoin was like $100 per piece. And now if it comes to NFT things,
So,
there is a million of pictures and some are like
Okay.
1.5 million.
okay, so 1%, around 1% of the world population knows about cryptocurrencies right now. 1%. And is actively doing something with cryptocurrencies. 1% of the world population. Okay? Statistics. That amount of people that knows about cryptocurrencies today. So let's take that whole pool of people. 100%. They are doing Bitcoins, Ethereum, whatever. Out of that 100%, around 10% of those people literally have no interest in NFTs, don't know how it works, the technology behind it. They are not there yet. And so what we have to look at is something, again, in technology terms, is called network effect. Price moves with the more people that gets involved in something. And so the more people that is aware of something, the more clients or potential customers you have. And so when you're looking at Bitcoin, 2007, 2008, maybe there was, again, simplicity. There was 10 people that knew about it. The year after, 15 people, 20 people, 30 people, all of a sudden, 10,000 people. But there's only a limited amount of supply. So every time I pull the supply away, you guys have to fight for what's left. And if you start to understand the investment thesis of Bitcoin or specific NFTs, you understand there will never be another one because how the contract has been written. And so now there's one left, and there's 10,000 people that are looking at getting it. What happens? Price goes up. And there you have the people then starting to be short-term, long-term. Right? And that then becomes speculation. Right? And so network effect as well, Metcalfe's law, for those of you that want to study this one, is super interesting because it is about how the community grows, becomes larger and larger and larger, and then how that goes up. So what it... So, if an NFT is stolen by the hack, so let me take that one. If an NFT is stolen by a hack, can it be retrieved? Depends. It depends on what chain it's built on, and it depends on what kind of network that you have. We have examples of Bored Ape Yacht Club where NFTs has been stolen and they have been actually found and they've been returned. And that is through, again, cryptology and all of these different things. Now, what has happened is not that we have violated the fundamentals of what digitalization is and cryptocurrency is, but it is that you identify a transaction, and the transaction in this case has been locked. The community has voted on it and said, we will roll that transaction back, just moving it out. So what is happening, maybe a better example is FTX. So FTX right now is $500 million that's going missing. That's out the window. Nobody knows, $500 million. And so what's happening right now is that certain blockchains and certain exchanges are literally stopping all transactions from selected wallets. So if they try and transact, they cannot because they've been locked. And that is to figure out what's actually happening. So they are trying to put in breaks, again, that allows the community to take advantage of that. So, in certain cases, yes. All cases, no. If you send currencies to the wrong addresses, what can you retrieve it? No, you cannot. If you send it to somebody and you know who's the owner of the wallet address, you can ask them, hey, can you send it back? And they might say, I'll send you back half of it. Tough luck. Again, you have to make sure that you know what you're doing. And that's one of the things, off-putting things about cryptocurrencies, is that it is very difficult once in a while to navigate all of these things because the only thing you have is a wallet ID. There's no name, there's no emails, there's no nothing. It's a wallet ID here, that's it. Go figure. How can we find a balance between decentralization, privacy protection, and scams? Scams, let's take that first. If it sounds too good to be true, it's because it's too good to be true. Easy. If somebody promised you something where you're like, oh my God, this is too good to be true, it's because it's too good to be true. We have a rule, again, as I said, with cryptocurrency, which is verify. Don't trust anything, verify. Do your own research. Do your own research means literally to go through transactions after transactions. And there are methods for doing that. There is like all of these things. But I started in 2017. I got scammed recently. It wasn't a big amount. It happens. It's what I like to refer to as educational money. You learn a hard lesson. Don't do it again. I trusted somebody, I should have verified it. That's it. It's pretty shit, but it happens. Scams. With technology, you have line items. With technology, necessarily exclusive or inclusive. It's not. KYC process and a government digital currency is a really, really bad thing for you because there's a backdoor built in it, which means that somebody can decide to make a decision on your behalf. Decentralization, nobody can make that decision for you. You either accept the transaction or you don't. That's decentralization for you. You make the decision, nobody makes it for you. You connect your wallet to a decentralized exchange. You have to agree and accept the transaction. You don't agree to the transaction. You don't approve the transaction. That's the decentralization there. It's that simple. Privacy in decentralization is that you don't have a KYC process. Know your customer. You don't have to give your driver's license. You don't need to do all of these things. In case you start to do those things, you should ask the questions, why do I need to do a KYC? And so the privacy, that there is the thing that worries me, because it's been time and time again over the past 1,000 years misused. Does that answer the question?
Just a side question to it. You were talking about the NFT as a token. It felt similar to the ideas that are raised by Cardano project, for example, by Charles Hoskinson when he's proposing to implement this tokenization of the personal data, education, medical, and so forth. But then we say we need all this personal data in a centralized manner that can be shared to anyone, because if you want to verify other people, you have to share your personal information. And you need also probably in our days governments to accept those as a proof of the documents. Because if you're doing it within one country approves it in another country, well, no, up to you.
So there's a rule for government in what we're doing. There's a rule for it. There's a need for them. I don't disagree with you on it. But this is not something that countries or governments should be running, because it's far beyond their comprehension and skills. They don't have the technology. They don't have the knowledge for it. Look, European Union, for the past 10 years, have been trying to do a centralized database that can connect seamlessly between all of the different agencies in European Union. 10 years it's been taking them. Still can't do it. Still can't do it. Is it because it's hugely complex, or is it because they don't have the right people, technology, understanding, or is it because it's bureaucracy? Right? There's a rule and there's a need for government in all of these different things, but government should interfere as little as possible with the people to a certain degree. Taxation? Yeah, sure. Right, we can argue about that. Healthcare, should they interact with that? Why? Why should they interact with your health data? They shouldn't. Hospitals should. But they're government owned. Really? My government does not own the hospital I go to because I go to a private one.
If you can afford one.
Well, sure. But why would you go to the hospital in Antolsk, for example, and then you give them your wallet, they scan it, and then they have to store your data? Why would they have to do that? In case they want to send you a promotion email? It makes no sense. Right? Why? Like the cookies are on that one. Why? There's no need for it. It is use it, sign out, don't begin to see you later. That's it. Right? And so there is involvement, there is alignment, there's frameworks that needs to be built. Sure. But don't let the politicians run it, because it will never work. Right? All right, so anything else? Any other questions? Yes?
One last question. You mentioned around 1%, let's say, is aware of cryptocurrency right now. And we have a big problem that not all cryptocurrency projects are decentralized projects.
Oh, that's true.
How can we clean up the space so that whatever image the cryptocurrency is having right now is not covered by FTX type of exchanges, Luna type of projects? How
exactly the same thing. And so if you are under the illusion that the financial crisis cleaned up anything, it cleaned up one company out of 100. What FTX just proved to us, what Luna just proved to us, is that the contango effect for us in cryptocurrency is much worse because there is no government bailout. And so if you are not building, creating, and having value propositions, you get flushed out. It is dog eat dog. You're done. Right? Cardano you mentioned is referred to as a ghost chain. Is it? No, it's real, but people just don't like it. So nobody's investing in it. The price is low. Doesn't do anything. And so what happens every bull market is loads of shit comes in. I'm sorry to be dishonest, right? Loads of shit comes in. Everybody's like, hey, the price will go to the moon. Look, we're solving the problem of humanity. Yay, fantastic. People are like, oh my God, it's too good to be true. Here's my money. And then you realize, they didn't do that. Bye-bye the money. The bull market, euphoria, goes to absolute fear. It's all gonna die, it's all gonna be the end of the world. That's approximately where we are right now. At that moment, all of the trash gets flushed out of the system. Celsius was one, Voyager was another one, right? BlockFi, third one, FTX now coming as well, 3 Arrow Capital, list goes on and on and on. Over-leveraged, gambled, speculated, drug using, abusing people, like completely insane. What happened? Well, eventually there was bank run on all of them, and the industry cleaned itself. Now, is it going to be that we are all safe and our reputation and respect is back tomorrow? No. It will take years. That's fine. None of us believe that we're going to solve all of the problems in the world by tomorrow anyways. If you are a developer, if you're a software developer, if you work with hardware, if you're a mathematician, if you are a physicist, whatever you are that is in natural science, one of the best things that you can have is time. Not be under pressure. Time to work on your thesis and to prove your thesis. And how do you prove your thesis? With data. Historical data, right? Historical data comes over time. And so now that we are in a bear market where everything goes down, we've got time to develop. We've got time to create. And nobody's coming to me and saying, Martin, why is the prices of your NFTs not going up? Nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying that. Literally nobody. If it was in a bull market, everybody would say, why did we only go up 20% or 30%? And I would say, well, because I'm creating. I said, I don't care, I need the price to go up. So I'm being kicked off now. So if any of you should have interest to discuss this further, I echo Christina's that you can find my contact details somewhere. So feel free to reach out to me. Cool. Thank you.
So thanks Martin for amazing lecture. A teraz poprosím Tomáša Holeho, ktorý bude mať ďalšiu prezentáciu, ešte sa nazvučiť predtým, takže nejaké 2-3 minútky. A začneme. Názov, opäť to bude teda v angličtine, How not to drone your startup or an established company in cloud spend. Zatiaľ, kým sa teda Tomáš nazvučí a o ňom niečo poviem, je to IBM Solution Architect, Consultant and Cloud Advisor, takže naozaj sa máte na čo tešiť. Nebojte sa taktiež pýtať otázky ako predtým, pretože je to zaujímavé. My to zatiaľ nastavíme a o minútku, 2 môžeme ísť na to. Tak všetko je pripravené, taktiež aj Tomáš je pripravený. Nie sú tu len traja ľudia, sú aj online, takže môžeme aj zamávať do kamier. Vysiela sa to na YouTube a bude sa to vysielať aj zo záznamu, takže od nás teraz všetko, môžete ísť na to.
Hi everyone, thank you for your patience. As my predecessor said, the most valuable is time, so I really value your time. Okay, so my name is Tomáš Holý. As it was said, the short talk that I will have I will try to show you how, or to explain you how the cloud-native approaches might lead to this efficient cloud consumption model. So very briefly about myself, as you can see on the picture, that's actually me. So that's me in the clouds, and at the time it was very exciting and cool, and I still think that public cloud is a quite exciting area at this time. So those four words are describing not only me, but also the public cloud as such, because what you need to consider is that you will need to continuously learn as part of any public cloud engagement, and you will need to think when you make any complex decisions. The advantage of public cloud is that you can play. You can start very quickly, and you don't spend much money out of your wallet. And the whole thing is constantly in motion. So whatever you learned 1 year ago, you will actually, if you don't continue with this journey of learning, you might need to start again, because those services will be already gone or deprecated, and new ones will come. So let's have a very brief discussion about who's involved in the public cloud story and why it is so important, especially when it comes to cloud consumption. The business, or those non-technical people, they don't care much about cloud. Their understanding is that it's an enabler for their business. Now, in this metaphor, it's like the wind. So they don't understand much how that works, but they know that they can outperform their competition. So, and that's all they need to care about, yeah? So it's really covers everything under the hood. The IT, however, they consider this a toy. It's a game. For them, it's a cool technology. They want to be really fast. They want to play with that. And their goal is, their goal is really to do something with the technology. However, when it comes to cloud consumption, it's an afterthought. They don't care about it unless someone comes to them by saying, well, your bill is too high, do something with that. Yeah? And then when someone says this, the situation will switch to something like this. You will have lots of manual overhead to find out who spent what, and you will need to do maybe some coding in order to find out. Now, why is public cloud so tempting still nowadays? What you can see here from those hyperscalers, as we call them, the main cloud providers, they try to attract you about your emotions. Yeah, so you can dream, you can build, you can invent, and you can do it almost free. You get free credits, especially when you're a startup. So let's have a look into some narratives. So cloud removes complexity. You can simply write code and run it safely in production. You have no commitments. It's very cheap, and you only pay for what you use. So now, from the audience, I would like to ask you, raise your hands who think that at least half of those statements are true. Okay, 1, 2, okay, some of you, maybe half of you. Good. So it's not necessarily false, but let me add some additional thoughts on that. So cloud removes complexity, but it also creates complexity elsewhere. And you will see it later on. This complexity is transformed into other areas. You can simply write code and run it in production. That happens, and it's full of new articles. The war will scare you, and not only the one which is ongoing on the east side from our country, but it's a well-architected review, that's the abbreviation of war, and you can be surprised how many security findings you will get the first time. No commitments, it's a perfect thing, but if you pay on-demand prices, those which are actually available to everyone, it might get very costly. So you might be surprised how much money you have wasted. If you made reservations in some sort, or you could maybe save something. So, and it's very cheap until you deploy a real business critical applications on that. And it's not only about the, let's say, existing enterprises, but it might be even about your startups. When you start building or having a load, real or huge number of users coming to your site, you might be surprised how quickly, exponentially, your expenditure grows. And you only pay for what you use. That's not true. You pay for what you allocate. And people forget about it. You spin up new virtual machines like EC2s in AWS, that's okay. But if the load is 5%, you will still pay. If you don't use it, you will still pay. Yeah? Okay, so now starting with public cloud is easy, and the spend is easy as well. You just swipe the credit card, and then you go. So, how many of you don't know what's Shadow IT? Okay, there's no one here. That's good, so I don't have to explain it. And later, when you start with your startup, you can leverage credits from your cloud providers. You have some investors who will give you some funding. However, what we also experienced with some of our customers is like, and even smaller startup, is sometimes these credits expire. Yeah, so the money is gone. And then suddenly you're on your own and everything appears on your bill, which might be completely distracting for your company. So public cloud is consumable. You can really spin up easy services, you can connect them together. However, when it comes to understanding which choice to make out of all those possibilities, like you can run containers, you can run virtual machines, those containers as a code, so you can just run serverless. And how it impacts your pricing and consumption, it's a very complex thing. And it's very hard to predict it. And this is a usual case, situation with any company that starts with public cloud. You start with some proof of concept, then you understand that it's very cheap, or you make a POC, you run some application, 1, 2, 3, and then suddenly when you migrate or when you develop some additional solutions and your company grows, someone from the exec team starts caring because they will realize that you just crossed the red line of the consumption and maybe you're not profitable anymore. So that's not the only situation that may happen. You can mess up things very easily. I really like this picture because it clearly shows that even if you're experienced, you can get into trouble, you can shoot your own foot, yeah, or with some overspend. Let's imagine some examples. This is an example when a person just started some tunnel in order to connect to EC2 machine, and then suddenly this let's say connectivity was hacked, and the account was hacked, and the person got 50,000 bill on their personal account. You can imagine this is devastating, even for a small startup. Or you maybe pushed your API key into GitHub, into the public GitHub, and then someone just used it. And though it's not a person, it will be bots, yeah, automated tooling. Another example might be this startup, which occurred 75,000 bill within 2 hours, and it would be growing. So you can imagine it's like up almost $1 million a day. When they just pushed new code. And you know that with the agile world, you can push very quickly. And what they did was that some recursive function was spinning up new services all the time. And when they realized, they thought like they had a budget for $7. I think it was $7. And when it exceeded, they thought, well, it's okay, it will stop. They just didn't know, they didn't realize that the budget doesn't stop your consumption. And when it was growing to 5,000 and 7,000, it's a nice video, I really recommend to watch it. Then they started panicking. Yeah? And my example, that's my personal story, is that I was showing my colleagues how to spin up new physical machines like bare metal servers, so in IBM Cloud actually. And I was so excited to demonstrate how it went, then I suddenly clicked the submit button. And at the time it was a monthly order. So, and it was like 7,000 US dollars, which would go on my t-shirt. Yeah, and that time I was really lucky that software has bugs, because of the bug, this order just didn't, this was not processed. Otherwise, I would probably have real trouble. Okay, another reason. It's I think this blog post was published in August of this year, and it talks about the issues that startups might get now in fundraising if they don't work efficiently. Because very often startups are just burning money. They focus on innovation, they want to get fast, but they don't realize that they're not profitable. They're really burning more than they are bringing in. So I also recommend to read this article on HackerMoon. So how to solve these problems? I would recommend 3 things. The first one is a cloud foundation, which I will explain you shortly. Then applications, their architecture, security, and FinOps. Now, imagine that this trailer park would be your cloud environment. The cloud foundation is like the city plan. It's the basic things that you get. So it would be the land, it would be the, let's say, networking. Networking would be the roads. Security would be maybe the local police. And you would make sure that you want to have these, let's say, that land for your own house. That would be actually the environment that you get provisioned automatically, yeah? And the applications are actually your mobile homes. That's what you want to put in. The FinOps, the culture, is that you want to be a good citizen. And a good citizen wants to preserve, to preserve sustainable world, yeah? So to act properly. Now, getting into the more detail, another parallel. Imagine that you have an office building. And in this office building, which would be the landing zone, you would have multiple companies. And these companies are like those applications, yeah? So when you build such an office building, you define policies and permissions, like what can you do actually in our building? Then you focus on the security from the ground up. Yeah? So that might be really the security service that you get there. You design your networking. Imagine that you have multiple companies and you don't want to make, you want to make sure that these don't, let's say, spy on each other. Yeah? And you provision these environments as a service. So as a company, you just want to move in, and once you're moving in, then you get some services. In case of cloud, this should be provided as code. whether it's Terraform, CloudFormation, Bicep, whatever, ARM. Architecture, again, think of efficiency. Efficiency is really a new dimension in your design. Security must be there as well. So how to survive in public cloud, where you have limitless possibilities, but you have also responsibility for your wallet, for your credit card, or for your company's budget. You can define budgets and be alerted when it happens. But imagine a situation that that you again import a bug into your solution and the consumption grows unbelievably quickly. It's very good to leverage actions and to maybe define some kill switches when it's not about the production or load. Of course, in production, you don't want to kill it when it grows. You just want to throttle it, so limit the consumption somehow. But you need to think of it in your design. Now, you must think, as I mentioned, about the price as a new dimension and to leverage these dynamic architectures. So you spin up things, or when there is a higher load, you have auto-scaling, or all the additional service will spin up, and then they will, let's say, decrease in the amount. Yeah. However, you must have these limits in your mind. So isolate access. As I showed you in the previous examples, if you don't think about security, and we had this previous presentation about home automation, many people just forget about security, whether it's at home, whether it's in cloud, or you will suffer here. So you will get exfiltrated, you will lose your personal data, or someone will hack you. And not only hack you by stealing data, but they will maybe reside in your network for quite longer time, but you will not notice. And allocate only what you need. That's very important, because when you imagine that you are leasing a car, so you only lease it at a specific time for the specific purpose, but you don't want to lease 20 cars for, let's say, 1 month. But how do you know how much you need? How can you predict in cloud, where you have so many services, like one solution might be consisting of 30, 50, or 100 services? It's very hard, isn't it? So the magic is called FinOps. It's a cultural thing. So cloud cost management was here all the time. Now what FinOps, this buzzword, is trying to come up with is that it's a cultural thing. It's a set of ways of working and of course tools that you will use. Now think of cloud not as a technology only, because in the past how it worked in and how it's working in our companies in Slovakia as well nowadays is that if you want to come up with a new solution, with new application, you must define what hardware you will need. That's the standard traditional approach. So you need to estimate the capacity, and first the procurement department will purchase it. The finance will need to pay for it. And only then the IT, some IT or infrastructure department will install it and maybe give you access. So it's many players. And you will struggle a lot because it might take 1.5 years until you get the hardware. Until that time, your competition is somewhere else and you're gone. Now with cloud, imagine that you as a developer can spin up those machines. However, that means that there is no procurement, there is no finance, and the infrastructure guys are there not there as well. Even security guys are ignored. So you just do it by yourself, and many people really put it into production. We have even big companies, which I cannot name now, where we found out that they're running, let's say, 5 big production systems, and then they just hand over the bill to their finance department, and the security was not even aware of those systems running in production. So here, what let's say what we say with FinOps is that everybody must be involved somehow, but you have decentralized responsibility for the money. As your product owner and as your engineering team, they must be responsible for the usage. Yeah? So you decide how much usage you can afford because you're the product owner. You know how many people you want to, let's say, impact, or how many customers. However, the procurement and finance, they should be in charge for the rate optimization. So if you're paying, let's say, 150 euro per month for a virtual machine, you can pay, with some reservations, you can pay maybe 20 per month. But that's not something that your IT guys in your particular application team can decide, because your IT is much bigger, and the bigger you are, the better discount you get. So now, how to do it? So with this agile world, we are introducing, let's say, a circle with 3 basic phases. First one is that you need to be informed. If you're part of the development team, you must know very quickly how much you are paying. Not in a month period of time, you need to know it now. And everybody in the team should be able to see it. So not only your manager, but everyone. Once you know what you're paying and who actually creates the big spend, you will try to optimize. So you need to find a solution. Okay, that's of course interesting part because you can spend a lot of time over there. There are many options. And then to close the loop, you have the operate phase, because many companies who are even advanced in public cloud, they just do this optimization once in a while, like once in a quarter, 4 times a year. And then suddenly when those peaks come, they're very surprised. So you need to make sure that this loop is very frequent. Now, you don't want to implement this in the old world that you design for everything, and then you like go into a perfect solution. Because until you get this, let's say, the highest maturity level, you will actually burn a lot of money. It might take months or years until you get this highest maturity level. So you might crawl, walk, run. You will hear this quite often, I hope, in the future. So for some areas, you might still stay here. For others, you might want to be here. Like Inform might be probably the one where you want to make sure that everybody is aware. Crawl, in the optimized part, might be that you do your fixes manually. That you really form a team and then they find the solution. So it doesn't mean that you need to go for run for every of those capabilities. Okay, so this Inform phase can be understood with this example. It's also part of the FinOps organization. To mention it, it's the Prius effect. So what Toyota hybrid cars came with was, there was a possibility to see as a driver how much, like when you really pump the gas, like how much you're consuming. So you had the score over there. Now imagine the situation. So you exactly know how much you will pay when you just accelerate. And the study showed that a significant number of users, of drivers, actually was driving more economically after that. And it doesn't mean, and imagine that we're not talking about cutting costs, we're talking about optimizing the costs. So making sure that you always get the value. When you're passing by a car, you want to accelerate. It doesn't mean that you will not spend more, that you will constrain yourself. You just make informed decisions. And that's very important, just to have the data at the time when you need it, and then to make your decision. And that means, just to clarify it, that means that you want to know in real time how much your cloud spend looks like. Yesterday, day before, even let's say last hour. There are possibilities to do that. Now for the optimization, this is my ugliest slide. you can start with simple things. And I can tell you I'm using cloud, or like I have AWS, IBM Cloud, or some Google Cloud account. And I'm still, somehow, I don't have scripts everywhere, which would, let's say, remove all the idle resources after a while. So here and there, I just realized that there are some idle resources and I'm paying, let's say, 20, 30 euro a month. And then I just come up because I'm, say, anxious and I just want to kill it. Yeah? So idle resources, unused services, that's a basic thing. You can save a lot of money. And the study shows that when the FinOps team comes to your company, which is not mature but is using cloud, you can save about 30%, even more, of your consumption. Imagine that you're paying 1 million. So let's say 300K would be your savings. That's a nice set of money, isn't it? And if you combine it with gamification, if you have something like gaming days, or if you're getting compensation for identifying the savings, you will have engaged teams of people who will really make sure that there are no services like this in the environment. So right sizing means that you have a VM, a virtual machine, you spin it up, let's say 4 CPUs, 16 gigabytes of RAM, and then you realize that you have 5% of CPU usage and 20% of RAM. That's normal, that happens. Because you wanted to quickly deploy your solution into cloud. So then right sizing means that you just decrease the number or the size of the machine and then you spin it up, maybe by auto scaling, and it just automatically, once you kill one machine, the other one starts with the smaller size. Auto scaling I already mentioned. So it's really flexible environment that scales with your load. Storage lifecycle management. People forget that in cloud, you can very easily move data. So you have, let's say, it's like a hot storage, cold storage, whatever, how it's called, and then an archive. I have a personal storage on one of the cloud providers, and I have like 350 gigabytes of personal data encrypted and stored there, and I'm paying 36 cents per month. Because I'm putting it into an archive, which is the cheapest possible option, because I don't need to download the data immediately when I need it. It's an archive. So if I lose all my data and I want to rely on this one, I will wait for, let's say, even, okay, it takes normally, I think 12 hours to retrieve it. But I'm able to accept this for the price, like 36 cents. It's not bad. IBM Cloud, by the way. So, and then of course, when you want to make significant changes, you can re-architect. That means you completely change your solution in order to make it more cloud native, more aligned to what you really need. Or you can change the platform. Who wants to, let's say, take care of a MySQL database? Do you want to become an administrator of it? Many IT environments, or many IT teams are becoming slaves of their own IT systems that they built. Because it's very easy to build. It's like, no, you think about building a castle, but now if you want to maintain it, so day 2 operations as we call it, you don't want to do it. You don't want to become an admin for your whole life. So it's maybe easier just to leave it to AWS or Google, and you use managed service. And spot instances, well, who doesn't know what spot instances is? Okay, you all know. It's just those instances, like you spin up a virtual machine, which is much cheaper. It might be even, let's say, 90% discount, but you, the AWS, for instance, like the cloud provider, can reclaim the VM very quickly. So you're running your workload, and they will notify you via event, and within 30 seconds or 2 minutes, you just need to stop your, or save your data, because otherwise they will just kill it and use it for someone else. Okay, don't worry, this is there will be last slide after this one. So just for the operations, and as I also mentioned with this, let's say day 2, you can build your own tooling but you will need to manage it. And I can assure you that you will keep doing it all the time, and you'll be very unhappy to hear about all news and innovations from your cloud provider, because they will just announce change from their API to improve it, and you must actually incorporate it into your tooling. So this is an example of a tool that shows you all the spend. Yeah, you can tag it and you can identify where the spend lies, and then you can actually show it to various teams and even let them pay. Let's make them suffer, yeah, and they will actually make sure that they will optimize their spend. And maybe last thing that I want you to think of is that the name of my presentation is cloud spend, but the spend is not only financial. The spend might be even environmental. So when we think about sustainability, and not only about a buzzword, but really like we want to preserve our environment, then the option which you have here with public cloud is that you can see, let's say, how much carbon dioxide your IT operations have spent. So it's really not, or consumed. So it's not only about the money, it's also about the impact that we're having. Try to do this in your data center. Yeah? Okay, with that, I will conclude my presentation. I only want to leave here some thought, like really think broadly, think about all the possible aspects and cost as one of the dimensions, whether it's environmental or financial. However, watch every your step, so whatever you do, think of security, cost, etc., and consume responsibly. Thank you. So, any questions? Okay, I don't know whether I should respond in English or Slovak, but just for the sake, I don't know whether there's anyone online. I think that at this time, probably not. But just to answer your question, so when it comes to the best cloud, I mean, there are three main competitors. There are, of course, some followers. And I would not say that there is the best one. Each of them is good for a specific workload. And you must find out which one it is. And of course, in the end, for the company, the price and the financial aspect is very important. So you will need to really understand what you need, and based on that, you make the decision. You only want to make sure that, and that's another story for another talk, like exit strategy. What happens if you're not satisfied with your cloud provider? Or if you find out that actually it's much more expensive after, let's say, a price increase than the other one. So how do you move stuff from one to another? Because then you're locked. I mean, you're really like a slave if you can't move. So we need to also think about this fact. Okay, thank you very much.
Ďakujeme Tomášovi za poslednú prednášku tohto dňa. Od nás je to teda všetko. Okrem Tomáša chcem poďakovať aj predchádzajúcim speakerom, pretože to boli naozaj obohacujúce prednášky. Ďakujem aj všetkým, ktorí sa tu dnes zúčastnili. Tak ako som hovoril, budete môcť vidieť záznam na YouTube kanáli. Takže od nás všetko a pekný večer.